Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and no one 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
It's night 2 for the PUBG qualifiers of Korea to get to the Esports World Cup. Yesterday, we got off to an amazing start. The top teams in Gen G and T1 had their way with the lobby for the majority of the night. Gen G picking up 3 wins, T1 just the 1, but pretty consistent overall. As we head into night 2 though, Jordan, this is very much the night where it's do or die for the teams that struggled yesterday on day 1. We didn't quite get the permanent marker out, but it's very much on the side ready to go for tonight. We'll go to the format here for those unfamiliar when it comes to the qualifiers to get to EWC, and for Korea where we are at right now is the finals. Of course, we had the group stage, we had the last chance qualifiers, and yeah, we are already now into night 2 of the finals.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's definitely a lot of teams that you're going to start to think about erasing or whiting out or running a black marker through today, depending on what your proclivity is. But the one big talking point coming through from yesterday, Gen G, 74 points total, 3 match wins in a row. They got themselves the hat trick. Probably let themselves down a little bit with those 2 Erangel games at the back end, but still an absolutely monstrous day from them. They are well out in front of even the next closest competitor being T1, who are doing reasonably well for themselves. But yeah, I think the big talking point obviously being Gen G. As far as these teams on the list, you'd be looking today probably at the likes of Begopar, SGA, Superstar, and Ignis as being the teams that need to really pick up their run. We've still got maybe a little bit of confusion over where exactly those points totals are going. I'm pretty sure Gen G is supposed to be at 74 points total, not 66, because there was an issue with Bean. His name was not the same as what was getting recorded via the API, so there are some kills missing here for Gen G, I believe. Don't quote me, but either way, look, Gen G's either at 66 points or 74 points. At this stage, they are the team that's out in front. T1 at 59, there's no question about that one. Eagle Owls at 52, again, no question over them. They are the 2 teams that are kind of in that chase pack to try and like top the pack at this stage. But obviously, what I think is more important to really be thinking about in the case of Gen G, T1, and Eagle Owls is not necessarily about who wins here. It's really just about making sure that they stay inside that top 3.
Yeah, exactly. Top 3 gets you into EWC. So for Gen G, after a great start, T1 really kind of as the night went on, I felt like they got better and better. A little bit maybe inverse for like an Eagle Owls, for example, that really started well, got off to a great start and cooled off a little bit. You see Asla Pentagram there in 4th as well on 46 points. Still in a really good position, had a really good night. And we were kind of talking a little bit yesterday as well as we sort of closed out, like roughly the point margins as you kind of want to get to is that around that 140, 150 mark, which means that you're looking around, you know, a 40 to 50 point night based on what we saw last night. Gen G, the outlier. So you kind of want to be aiming for, you know, the 40 to 50 points tonight, and then you kind of base it on how are the other teams performing as well. KXG at the top of this current page in 5th as well, like 42 points. That's a good night, and they showed good quality. So you almost need to just say, can we replicate that but pick up an extra 8 points? That'll put us in a great position then going into night 3. The other caveat to this as well, Jordan, is usually you're going to get one team that really stands out above the rest in a given night. Yesterday it was Gen G. Now we're not too sure who it's going to be tonight. It might be a T1, and if it's a T1, that might put them in a really commanding position then into night 3, but it also could be someone like a D plus Kia, as you can see here in 10th, only the 32 points yesterday, but they are probably capable of having, you know, a 60 to 70 point night, and that would put them in a really good position. I think for a lot of these teams that are towards the bottom, Superstar, Ignis, SGA, again, that market is ready to go straight through those names if they don't have a huge pop-off game tonight. We'll go to the schedule. Of course, we had yesterday the start on Miramar, and we will do so once again. So Miramar, will they go into Tago, into Rondo, and we will end with Erangel here for night 2.
Yeah, same kind of format as what we had yesterday. We don't have any of this swapping business. We used to do that back in the day a little bit. You know, we would start today with Erangel and finish the day on Miramar, but much of a muchness, really. At this stage, I guess the biggest question for me is, can Gen G replicate what they did yesterday without getting as advantageous of a circle or two as what they had? You know, I'm not going to go out and say that they got circle fed, because, you know, that at the end of the day, you have to play the situation that's given to you. You have to take the maximum points out of whatever, you know, opportunities you get. And yes, they did have some degree of fortune with those zones, but they did play those zones very well regardless. But should they now get some more difficult games ahead of them, are we going to see them drop off the pace a little bit? I imagine that it's going to be very difficult for them to replicate a 70-point day. That is just not something that is replicable, really. But if they can put together a 40 or a 50-point day today, that's going to be good enough as far as I'm concerned. And then I'm also looking at teams like, you know, maybe T1, who I didn't think, frankly, had a huge amount of fortune yesterday, still managed to get themselves over 50 points. What are they going to be able to do if things start to go their way? There's a few other teams that were kind of in the mix that had some good moments that they couldn't really manage to sort of double down on. So quite a few interesting teams to kind of keep a note of. But the ones as well, you know, we've talked about positives. Then we have to talk about negatives here as well, Xenos. Begapar, SGA, Superstar, Ignis, I mentioned at the start of the day, those are the 4 teams right now that are below 20 points. You have a couple that are just above. I mean, you know, if you mind game, we could potentially put them in that conversation as well. So let's say any team below 25 points at this stage, because they're on only 22, so not that much further of a jump over Begapar, who's on 19. Those 5 teams, realistically speaking, if you don't start today strong, you are more or less out of the running, particularly if those teams towards the top end do have a good start, because you're over 50 points behind Gen G at this stage, and that is impossible to overcome in one day, very unlikely to overcome in 2 days. I think we used to talk about maybe 20 points being possible if you had an absolutely stellar day to overcome something like that. So they need to be in the running today, otherwise they're done.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, like, say, hypothetically, a 20-point gap going into night 3 to, we'll even just say kind of, you know, third, you not only need to get that gap, but if that team goes and has a 30-point, you know, night, essentially your gap is actually closer to 50 something, right? So and while that's not impossible to actually do, it's like what you're saying is it's not just the gap to that team, it's also they're going to get points too, so you got to kind of go above and beyond that. I think that when we look at the lobby in terms of the game's style as well, yesterday a lot of discipline, we mentioned that many times. Gen G, you mentioned it, a lot of center circles. Again, I'm going to be curious to see, I agree with you, if they don't kind of get these early circles, how they're going to play. You kind of actually think back, game 1 yesterday, Miramar, this might be a good test for them, because that particular game, they had to rotate, they had to actually play the zone, it was moving away from them, and they only got 7th with 3 kills. I say only, that's still 4 points, it's still something. And I think that that's kind of where Gen G's at, though, as a team, is their floor is still a lot higher than other teams' floor. Their bad games, they're still picking up 4 to 5 points. But yeah, it's going to be very difficult to imagine they're going to be able to have another 70-point night. Like, it literally took them 3 wins in a row yesterday to kind of pick up the vast majority of their points. So that's not going to be, I would imagine, all too easily replicable, which means it does mean for a T1, for example, you know, the gap is only, what, 15 points. That's not too bad. They can really fight for that top spot. I thought T1 showed their quality a lot last night, but maybe not to the same consistency as a Gen G. Eagle Owls, Asla Pentagram, and KXG, FN Pocheon. Remember last night they won the opening game on Miramar. So those are the teams I'm kind of keeping my eye on early days to see, can they maintain the form that they had last night, night 1, and keep themselves in that upper echelon position. And then you kind of go middle of the pack, and it's again D+ here keeps drawing my attention. A 30-point night is fine if you then back it up with a 50-point night into another 50-point night. That gets you in the conversation, but it means they're playing behind the 8 ball a little bit. So D+ here really do need to put emphasis on tonight, as really all the teams below them, Phantom Hearts, Game, Begapa, SJ, etc. There's way more pressure on those teams tonight, whereas the top teams like an Eagle Owls could have a quieter night tonight and still then have enough runway to go into day 3.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll start things off once again today on Miramar, and kicking it off again with another southern plane path. We saw a few of these yesterday. Did have one southern circle around Porto Paraíso, one northern circle up sort of towards that El Azahar kind of area. But we'll see where things do kick off here to start the day. As the one thing I do enjoy about PUBG Xenox is every day's a new day. Every game's a new game. You know, there's no fallback necessarily from what happened yesterday, in a sense that you don't have any inherent disadvantage going into this particular game as to how the results of this particular game are going to play out. Now, there may be a mental factor, yes, but just in terms of your strength, power level, what have you, anything can happen in this one. Anything could happen today, and any of those teams towards the bottom end of the standings could still do enough today to get themselves back into that conversation. And I think it's fairly pertinent that we're starting here on the POV of a player like Heather, who was one of the standouts yesterday. Actually, just in terms of the kill leaderboard, sitting up there in 5th place for the overall kills from yesterday, but considering T1
first for assist as well.
Yeah, and then considering T1 didn't have as easy of a day yesterday as Gen G, that's a really, really good result for Heather. And Type as well, you have to give him a bit of a shout out there for T1, doing pretty well himself individually, #1 kill leader. So, you know, you're seeing some solid performances coming through from these T1 players. As there's a bit of a chase going on here. Eagle Owls under pressure early on in the piece. Kimjun with that M4 has been able to chase down Hammer. Now, there are going to be some guns retrieved here for Eagle Owls, but that may not matter as Kimjun is on a killing spree. 2 kills, or 2 knocks at least so far. We'll see if any more come through here as he looks for those last remaining IFMG players.
Yeah, I mean, this is also where philosophy changes a little bit. I spoke about this, I think, Game 6 last night. You're going to come into night 2 naturally thinking, do we have to change our approach? Do we have to get a little bit more aggressive, take certain fights? Gimjun with a shotgun here will get an instant knock onto Hush. Now, Hush is going to be very careful, low on health. I'm not too sure if they've actually even had time to pick up a gun, but just very much jiggling that doorway. Gimjun is slowly creeping up. I imagine we'll look to try and burst through here and get the kill. Freaky's taking a bit of damage. Hush definitely does have a gun. You can see the circle as well. We go over towards the more southern eastern side of Miramar, where we had a somewhat similar kind of start to last night, actually. I think that one was a bit more south, but still similar position. Freaky's going to be able to heal up. But yeah, like, you know, is their name Win or Die today? Well, obviously, for if you mind game, you know, this is where you've got to think, okay, we're low on points, lower on the leaderboard. We've got an opportunity to maybe wipe out one of the teams in the top 3 early on. These are the fights you actually have to kind of go for, whether it's going to backfire or not. I mean, that's just a high risk, a high reward. If you knock this team out, get a bunch of kills, it's very much worth it. Yeah,
I think there might be a little bit of something going on with the observer config at the moment, because you can see that pretty much all of the team names are wrong. So we'll just have to focus in on the actual player names and try to make a informed opinion out of what's going on there. Maybe it's only one of the observers. I thought we had one that was correct, so we'll just work through it. But looks like Woong's going to get picked back up here.
Thank God it wasn't on night 1.
Yeah, well, okay, here we go. So Gen G's looking fine. So yeah, maybe it's one of the observers that's got the issue, not the other one. So that's at least good. But as has become standard for Gen G, another 2-2 split, center of the zone, exactly what they were doing yesterday and exactly what was working yesterday. So why change it up?
Yeah.
This is pretty much perfect territory for them. Tosi coming across. So maybe they feel as though this setup that Flame has got is maybe going to be the superior position for the long term, and they're just going to make that gamble. I don't know. I'd imagine that at some point we'll see Gen G just continue to spread out a little bit. Tosi having a little bit of a look around here to see where else he can maybe hole up.
And I did confirm Bean's got the 8 kills. So, yeah, the 74-66 issue very much just comes down to Bean and the way that he was being calculated yesterday. So, yeah, pretty confident to say 74 points for Gen G. A little bit of a dust storm coming through. Hacienda is very much delaying If You Want Game's ability to deal with Eagle Owls. Yeah, that does seem like, obviously, that this particular observer does have, obviously, incorrect handles for this one. Hopefully we'll get that fixed for game number 2. Late rotates coming in for quite a few of this lobby. Los Leonas, bit of a dead spot. You don't want to go into the main city, not in circle 1. Ignis over towards Porto Paraíso, making the way up the highway. KSG in a pretty good spot as well. FM Pocheon actually just to the east of Los Leonas. I like their position. If they get a southern shift, they can play a pretty good spot, but if it does go up north and we go sort of Minas Generalis area and there goes Eagle Owls, that is not the start to the night that they wanted, looking to somewhat back up yesterday's performance where they started really well yesterday, but as the night went on, they cooled off a little bit, and that cooling off period seems like it's lasted through the night into game 1, and it means that for all those teams below them, it's a good catch-up opportunity to gain points on a team inside of the top 3.
Yep. Yeah. Not ideal, obviously, but IFMG have to go for those kinds of plays. So they do manage to turn it around in this instance. KXG sitting themselves relatively pretty so far. Just trying to check out their positions. They've got themselves what looks like a bit of a 3-way split. So a 2-1-1. Relatively comfy at the moment. Untop, maybe receiving a visitor here in a second in the form of Gomp, who is coming across. So it'll probably end up just being again a fairly standard 2-2 split once that is secured. But nothing really too crazy happening over on that side of the map at the moment. Catchy trying to keep an eye on Hammer's position here to see if he could potentially flush that knock. Stella will be in to try to make that revive happen, though. And that looks like it'll be secured pretty comfortably. So D+ here rather than Bushido, of course, on our screens. One of those teams that we kind of highlighted. There's a headshot in. It's not going to be enough for the knock, but yeah, D+. Look, they had an okay night last night. You were highlighting that, 30 points roughly. If they could put together another good night tonight and tomorrow, they'd still be in the running. But that is kind of what it's requiring.
It needs to be their worst night, though, Jordan, right? Like, that has to be, okay, 30 points, that's the baseline. We need to go above that 50 plus in the following 2 days, this one and tomorrow, right? So, like, you can't have another 30-point night.
Yeah. Well, yeah, probably. I mean, you can't have another 30-point night without them having an 80-point night.
Yeah.
Which starts to get into the realms of this is very, very unlikely and certainly not something that we can guarantee. So they do need to be keeping themselves ticking along today, and they might have the opportunity to do that as they're going to be running into T1 here. You can see T1 in the Virtus Pro colors today. VP T1, whatever. Doesn't really matter at this point. But D+ Kia just look like they're going to be backing away from that fight. They do have themselves a little bit of a 2-2 split, and so not really overly interested in getting involved into a massive siege over that compound.
So outside of that initial fight with Eagle Owls, who obviously did get wiped out in the end, it has been pretty much standard Miramar action to begin when you have a Circle 1 pop like this. For the most part, 95% land. It's a lot of areas that you can kind of play out of. The one note actually is more the south side of Los Leonas is completely vacant. So teams are very much expecting this to center north, maybe a little bit of eastern play, but not really expecting that full-blown southern shift. And honestly, you probably don't really want to be super south of Los Leonas or even just close to it. A lot more field play anyway, so not exactly prime real estate locations. You mentioned Gen G before, and I genuinely think they're in one of the best positions. And that's the thing, right? If you're putting yourself in the best position time and time, you're going to cop those feeds. You're going to cop those circles. And they've also got a good rotation position as well, 2-2 split, controlling space, making sure others can't quite get center position for phase 1. as we get the circle pop coming in very, very shortly here. Ignis and the rest are all very much just scout positions, get information, go off of what happens then phase 2. It does go out towards the east, so towards Impala, which is probably not ideal for Gen G. If you think about it, they had center position phase 1. Now they can rotate out of here. But it's an open area. This kind of west side of Impala, you're talking about a big open road, lots of fields. This is where I'm imagining this game in particular is really going to heat up. You know, over the next 10 minutes, it's going to be a real fight for certain key compounds. Divine's in a decent spot. SGA coming in with an E pickup, and actually I think will benefit quite a lot from this and gets a high ground position. Knock from Darmin, but unless you got that second knock, it will be a quick revive.
That was a nice knock, though. Got to give him some credit for that one. Here come Phantom Hearts, rotating in from the sort of northwestern side of the map in maybe around the position that Gen G have set up in. Gen G have really carved out a lot of territory for themselves outside of Cantera. And I don't imagine that anyone's going to have an easy time of pushing in on that. We saw a few teams try it yesterday to no avail. FN Esports on our screens here as well. As you mentioned, the team that started the day with a dub weren't really able to follow up with as much success, but did do enough to keep themselves in the conversation. We've got Americano and Zenith as the northern portion of the 2-2 split. Starlord and Rex also both inside of the zone at the moment, though I'd imagine will probably be shifting north, because even if this is a hard shift south, both Americano and Zenith are in a bit more of a favorable position than where Starlord and Rex are going to be.
Did he hit that shot? I swear I just saw the hit marker there from Americano. I think he just unintentionally hit a headshot with the Mini 14.
Maybe.
I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he did. Yeah, I mean, Miramar's just really all about that, and we've been watching it really over the last couple of minutes. He's just kind of poking and prodding, getting these long-range shots, and it's for good reason. You want to damage helmets, damage armor, take away meds early on. You're warding off other teams. You saw Ignis at the top of this hill for Darmin. It's a decent spot. With this kind of circle, you'll get a lot of info. Heat, though, does get knocked down by Lua. You do have to be careful when you're playing these kind of like high, you know, mountains. You are moonlighting a lot, and you got like a player like Gomp here in the window. He's just going to be able to get free shots on you if you kind of over peak it a little too much. SGA inside of Impala. KXG have got members in there as well. Heat's actually going to go down, and Menudo will get the knock, but I imagine he'll get quickly picked back up here with a knock and flush onto Heather at the 12.5 minute mark. That is not ideal for T1. They've actually, T1 and Star Balloon are right next to each other. And I think it's just kind of a rotate path that has collided. Both teams have essentially just rotated into the same spot, and they are fighting. Babao taking out Min and Ian. But you know what? I think you take that of your Star Balloon. You're winning this fight. Raining's going to get knocked down, and Type is the only one left for T1. He's not even inside of the building. Still late on the rotate with his vehicle. He's a solo, and not the starts of the night that T1 wanted.
Yeah, definitely didn't look like T1 were properly set up for that. I don't know whether that was, you know, maybe T1 were holding on to a 2-2 split and they got crashed and the rotate was still coming through for T1, a couple of those members. Or like you say, if they both just kind of rotated into the same setup at roughly the same time. Either way, Star Balloon walk away really with all the benefit of that. They get
and they just got the circle.
And they've just got the hard feed. They've got the position.
Wow.
So fantastic stuff with 4 players alive. That is a punishing blow for T1 and Star Balloon. Look, I mean, honestly, last night they were a team that was kind of in the conversation here and there. I'm not going to say they were too far out of the running. So a good start to today could get them really jumping back up into a top 3 position. They were 7th to start the day at 37 points. They'd have to catch Eagle Owls on 52, but T1, one of the that they're trying to chase, now being down to 1 player, that's of massive benefit to them.
And this might be a little bit of a reach, but I think this circle pop is amazing for Gen G. They're playing the Cantera region and looking over those cliffs into the field, but guess what? They don't have to cross that now. They can just completely play this full western side. Phantom Hearts is the only team that will be contesting them coming out of Cantera, and so if they can win that kind of fight, this could be a really good game for Gen G. They're in a really, really good position to go deep this game because of that circle pop. They find a kill as well. Orca's on the board. They've got a 2-2 split. It's rather aggressive, even though it's only phase 3. Because of the Cantera position of Phantom Hearts, they will have to be careful, but right now, Phantom Hearts are not really playing to fight. They're just playing to defend the Kentera position. I would imagine by the end of this circle, though, Kentera will group up and they will look to try and push the cliffs that Gen G are holding. So Gen G will have to be wary of that, but it is a very, very good circle pop for them. So they've benefited. Star Balloon has definitely benefited. Divine is in the middle of these fields. Now, that can be either good or bad. It's very much a high risk, high reward kind of position. Very difficult to crash those positions deep inside the middle of the fields. You've got enough cover, but if teams get close enough, get some mollies, get some frag grenades in, it can be a disaster. South side looking to congest a little bit. North side's very, very much open because of the fields, and coming out of Impala now is going to be really annoying for an SGA.
Yeah, I think it's a really good shout about Gen G, by the way. When they get themselves into these deeper circles with a solid 2-2 split, they typically are able to capitalize on that, and there's a really good chance they're going to be able to do it again. But we'll hold that thought for the moment, because there are a few other shenanigans happening out towards this western side of the map. We've got KXG, who are, you know, kind of on the defense in a sense. They've got multiple teams outside of the zone that are going to be thinking about pushing into them or past them. So KXG just trying to fire off as many shots as they can right now while they've got some moment of respite and put some hurt down onto the likes of Ignis and SGA, maybe Superstars as well up to their north. Dissuade them from trying to crash this compound first of all, but just put them under a bit of pressure even should they decide to rotate past as well. Next zone shift does come through. It's going to continue to go out to the east, which will continue to favor Gen G.
That's insane. If they pick up big points from this game, and I think they likely will, again, it just puts them into such a commanding position for the rest of the night. And they can play conservative, right? Like, you have another big game here. You're going to go 80 plus points. You can play far more conservative. You don't have to overreach. You don't have to be over aggressive, make, you know, silly plays, which is we're kind of looking at Untop here, like shooting at D+. They may get to a point where they have to start thinking about more aggressive plays, and they're in a really bad spot. Like, D+ are going to have to fight really hard this game. Open fields. I can't imagine they're going to have a super big pop-off game here, game one. They're not in the position to do so unless they fight really, really hard. There's the compound for Divine. Now, you can crash this rather comfortably. They are split out to try and, of course, you know, cover all angles, but there is so many angles. Bagapet will just play the huts, and yeah, those are not great positions.
Ayo trying to put some pain down onto Bagopar, who, yeah, they really can't afford to have a bad start to the day. Luckily, Pio's got himself a knock onto Untop. I'm not imagining that that's going to be a kill that will be easy to convert, because KXG are set up pretty comfortably inside of that compound for the moment, though they will have a little bit to think about. First of all, having had that knock, that's going to take them some time. They need to revive, heal back on up, and then they're going to have to go in on a rotate. Park Pro gets himself a kill point onto Ignis, who are eliminated in 15th place. So some points starting to get put together for Bagopar as they try to turn around their fortunes from day 1 to 2.
Red zone knocked down for Aslet, and D+ very much getting lit up. I mean, they were in such an awful position. SGA winning this fight rather comfortably, and Jang is the only one. Well, SGA were winning the fight comfortably, but Divine got involved from a distance, and it's going to be a case of both of these two teams coming down to just a single player, I think, left standing. Jangu, 2 kills for D+. Can he find a couple more in a game he knows that they're not going to get much else from? Those 3 points could be handy. And then wipes out KX Gaming, a team that's towards the top of the leaderboard. So a lot of these top teams have struggled a little bit to start for game 1. Not all of them, but some of them. And SGA, Hayne, with his elimination, are now out. But Jangu, how much more can he get realistically from this game? He could get Kachi back up. There is no one else here now, so they can get back to 2. Little double seat swap. Good movement, and Kachi will be back up, and so 2 move forward for D+, but in terms of the long game, it's not going to be a whole heap of points, and Gen G have been wiped out in the meantime. They tried to regroup their split. It hasn't worked out. We didn't get to watch really any of that, but that is a total capitulation, losing that battle against Phantom Hearts. And Superstar have, well, taken that spot that Gen G should have been holding. This is a missed opportunity for Gen G this game.
Yeah, huge opportunity though for the rest of the pack to try to catch up right now. Eagle Owls, T1 and Gen G all out of the picture.
Well, Type is still alive, but he's surrounded here by FN Pocheon. They're in his area. And he's dead.
Caster cursed it. Absolutely Caster cursed it. So those three teams out of the picture. Asla Pentagram, though, are still looking reasonably strong at this stage. All four players alive. They are outside the zone at the moment. They are the team sitting in 4th place currently. And if they could have a good finish to this game, they could jump up into top 3. Star Balloon, we mentioned earlier on as well, who were the team that actually dispatched of the majority of T1, are also sitting kind of pretty. So a few of those teams in the chase pack now start to come into, I suppose, a bit of a highlighted position. Bagopar, certainly not part of the chase pack at this stage, and their game is looking really rough here as they're trying to make a rotate around the western flank of the zone. They ultimately probably just have to push this building that Divine, or this compound that Divine have set up in.
Yeah, but it's not even in.
Straight up 4 on
barely. But you fight it. You 100% fight it. I agree. You have to use your smokes, get to this, fight, get the loot from Divine, and then get more smokes, and then figure out where you go from there. I think Divine also has vehicles in this compound. So of the two teams, whoever wins this fight does have a pathway, you know, into the zone further from this compound. As Rex has found a double. Actually, FN Poncho, by the way, ended up going towards that western side where Superstar and Phantom Hearts are located, and it seems like the 3-man FN Poncho have done a tremendous job. They've wiped out Phantom Hearts. They've got a Superstar team that struggled for form yesterday with a knock on them already. If they wiped them out, more points, and they could be looking to replicate what they did game 1 yesterday and take out the opening match of Miramar. They're in a good spot to do so. Azla's on the move. Now, I think they're going to send it in towards Star Balloon's compound as well, or at least close by, hold the proximity, as Bagapart starting to push up to this fight.
Yeah, trying their best. They have at least managed to find a foothold in the compound, so that is definitely a start. It gives them something to work with, but you can hear how many smokes are getting tossed in. It's just smoke after smoke after smoke after smoke. There'll probably be another one just getting tossed in there. I heard it getting primed at least. Maybe that was a grenade that does end up going off. But no connections onto either Bagapar or Divine at this stage. Azla losing Dakgu, which is a pretty big loss. He was actually one of the top fraggers yesterday. And they're down on Glaz as well. So Howl and Red Zone gonna have to try to salvage this situation. But Star Balloon look like they're able to hold out Azla at this stage.
Still 9 teams as well, so no placement points on offer just yet. That'll change very quickly. With Glass now knocked, this is going to be a little bit more difficult for Asla Pentagram to gain from this match. Credit to the duo of D+, sending it deep towards the heart. I think they're just on the edge of this circle and may not have to move again straight away. So this is a scrappy game for D+, but they've really grinded out some extra points that they maybe wouldn't have got if they lost that earlier fight. Dayon knocked down by Khan. It did get swiftly traded as Park Pro got one back. He's now the only one standing for Bagapar up front through the window. He got Halla very, very low. Wants to confirm the kill onto Dayon, and he does do so. And almost got Wonderful. Not quite though. Yeah. And Divine will wipe out Bagapar, which is a good win for them. They'll get the revive, but they're a far distance away from this next circle. As the blue starts to make their way in, they need to make their way out. Gwonwon knocked out by Red Zone with the frag grenade. And Star Balloon now down a player, and they have to push out of their compound.
Not going to be an easy task with Asla Pentagram just above them on this hill, or what remains of Asla Pentagram. I believe it's just Red Zone and Howl at this stage. D+ Kia, by the way, just keeping their heads down as a duo, have sent it into the center of that field and have got a little pocket of safety, maybe behind a hay bale, something that's keeping them alive for the moment. You can just see them down on the right of your screen there in the purple. AO here from Star Balloon might end up being the anchor player just to keep an eye on things on that rotate on the way in. IFMG down to Gimjun, sitting inside the hut. And just as I do mention, D+ Kia, Django's going to get knocked, and it'll be tough to find a res in the circumstances such as this one. Divine trying to push in on that position, so don't imagine that D+ Kia are going to be having an easy time here as Barpo will look for an angle shortly.
Look at all the snakes in the wheat fields though. This is just what you have to do if you're on this eastern side. You're just really just trying to get from hay bale to hay bale. Maybe if you get a little bit lucky with the triangles, use those. Kim Jun eventually flushed out of that hut by the nade of Nyong. We'll go to 6 teams remaining now. And even though Diviner got 3 up, you can see on the minimap, they're just not in a good endgame position. Out of all util as well for Hala, Barpo still in the blue, has 1 smoke, and they're pushing up to D plus Kia, who so far have defended this hut really nicely, and they've turned a rough start into an all-time good game. But Barpo now pushes with the Groza, and he might just put an end to D plus here. Good knockdown onto Jangoose. Kachi does get the responsive knockdown, and that will be a kill as well. Another point for D plus Kia. Divine now down to 2 players, and the other 2 players are actually not close to that D plus hut. They can get that revive unless they drive on over quickly, but this vehicle is very much about to blow up. Wonderful's just going to send it in, but all he does is feed more kills to D+. But the revive couldn't come through. D+ are out, but they picked up honestly, a very good, wealthy amount of points from this game when they could have easily been wiped out earlier. And we go to the final 4. And the irony in all of this is this was a Gen G game. If they had have just been able to not lose their fight earlier, this circle ended up right where they were from the start of this match to the end of it, as Red Zone and Asla continue to do a decent job as a duo. And now we go down final 4 with no teams with 4.
Ricky D got to be careful here. I don't know that he can sit this res. Asla surely aware that this is going to be their best opportunity to try to push over this hill and get into the zone. But they are biding their time. They've tossed a molly in.
The molly.
It hasn't quite spread quickly enough, but does get the job done in the end. Ricky D's going to fall as well. The res came through, but it was an ill-fated one as Asla Pentagram
had to stick it.
Superstars.
He had to stick it. I mean, it was probably their main win con. If he doesn't stick that res, it's so hard to push up that defilade and get a double kill. It's possible, but certainly not likely. Asla, they're in a good spot, and the reason for that, no one really close by to them. They're in the middle, but they could get sandwiched maybe later on if Star Balloon wrap left, if they will wrap as well.
There's no way that anyone's wrapping down into that field, so I have no doubt that Asla Pentagram are indeed going to get sandwiched. I'd almost want to see them, maybe try to find a way to get active here and see if they can find a pick. Oh, a vehicle goes up in flames, but Star Balloon have some smokes to play behind. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way that you're going to go down into that field. At least not with so many players still alive. So
I mean, look at the rocks, though. I mean, there's decent formation rocks here that you can play behind. I think EFM will benefit more from that. If Nyong wants to push out of this hut, he can kind of go tree to rock, get a little bit more center, because that is center point as well for phase 8 and then 9. So EFM I don't think that they would be the ones to wrap. I think they would want to play more so. They could do a 2-1 split. I mean, Rascal and Flo could kind of push over towards Hal's position, get a bit of that high ground, and then Yong could look to play for center. That might be their game plan. But right now it's hard because AO's watching from Star Balloon. So they need to get a little bit of ascendancy up top. And yeah, they're double pushing now. So Hal's going to be very careful because Red Zone's not playing right behind him. And if he has his back turned and they peek over at the right time, it's a free kill. Hal watching it temporarily. Flo and Rascal haven't fully pushed over, not just yet. Hal needs to reposition.
He's definitely got a suspicion, though, that there is a push coming. Red Zone keeping an eye on things for the moment. Everyone's just biding their time as much as possible, but inevitably Red Zone is going to be pushed by the Blue Zone. And once that happens, then Asla's control of this situation is diminished pretty significantly. They will be able to play around Hal's position, though I'm not sure what the cover's going to end up looking like. That deployable cover is actually going to be out of the zone by the looks of it. So they'll have to push forward to that little deflate that Hal is looking at, but that will open up the angle that Star Balloon are looking from. Although Star Balloon probably getting pushed in as well in that meanwhile, so everybody just trying to wait as long as they possibly can before they have to move, hoping that someone else's angle is going to get opened up first.
Yeah, good use of the smoke. They want to try and help out Nyong. He hasn't got any, but he needs to run from rock to rock to get more center position. And at this point now, even just get inside of the circle. I think this is the right play. I mean, there was a world in which maybe Nyong could have tried to push out backside of the hut and then wrap to the rest of his team. They triple stack towards the top, but this also has given them now an opportunity to play very, very late game and win center circle for phase 9. So it gives them maybe more of an opportunity to win this game rather than just win the next fight. Star Balloon are able to push out, and this is where that pinch could happen onto Asla. I would be very surprised if Asla finished in second here.
Yeah, the only way would be You know, Star Balloon having to push out of cover. Asla taking shots at them at the same time as Esports From do as well. But there's enough smokes here for Star Balloon to at least be safe from. Still one more for AO. It's going to get tossed on forward. Hal knows he's under pressure, so starting to dump some of that util. Molly goes out to the left, smokes out to the right. Asla are playing a containment game here at the moment. They're just trying to keep their heads down as long as possible.
They won't have smokes, though, for Phase 9 at the end. And if EFM can get that center position through someone like Neong, pushing down this hill will be very, very difficult. Everyone is expending them, essentially, for this fight. I mean, Atlas played this really well, though. They're the ones that have to probably, use their smokes early. Flashes go out. Redstone's got plenty of them, but Flo found an angle. He actually just kind of dipped in towards the blue. Rascal does get knocked down, and this sets it up for a win for Star Balloon from here, you would think. Neong has got a knock, though, onto AO. Another smoke can go out from Bapao. Neong has to just stay alive, though. He is the win con for Esports From. Bapao now the only one left after Flo won his battle towards the top side hill, and now Bapao is in a 1v2. Needs to try and land this nade onto Neong, but it's unable to land. The next one, the final one, a molly maybe for good measure, but he's so far away, playing that shield really well, and Flo can push up, and Esports From now in the best position to claim game 1 tonight.
Yeah, Babo. Behind that smoke,
what
he's
a
got a knock
nade.
onto Nyong. Actually, it might not be done just yet. Flo won't have the chance to find a revive on either of these remaining players. He
Spotted him.
has to just land his shots now. I was going to say, doesn't quite know, I think, Babo, where Flo was exactly. But now that information is going to come across, that grenade close. Molly even better. He's going to force Flo up on top of this rock. Spray comes
Nice.
through, and it's good enough. And Flo will secure the job for Esport From, and they will be able to pick themselves up their first chicken dinner of the EWC qualifier.
Yeah, big result for Esports From. They had an okay night yesterday, 37 points. So to kickstart tonight with a win, and in a game as well where that was a very hard-fought ending. Open field Miramar, you're so reliant on your utility usage. I thought Babao played that really well. Good nades, good pressure onto Neong, while also trying to progress forward, get closer to center point phase 9. Flo just had a really, really solid position, and that Molotov was really well placed, but there was still a gap. There was still space for him to play the rock, and that was really the difference. As Babao threw that molly, made that run, he made the right play. His only hope was the molly would spread entirely. It just didn't quite do it.
Yeah, certainly not. Across the board, though, pretty good game as far as we are concerned as viewers, just because a lot of those top teams, the top 3 teams, just getting out of the running without too many points, if any points, maybe a kill point here or there. But realistically speaking, that is going to start to shrink the gap, which is always fun for us as viewers. But there's a lot more viewing still yet to come. 5 more games for today, 1 down, so we'll take ourselves a short break, and we'll be jumping back onto Miramar in just a sec.
Come into my world if
So a hot and messy game one on Miramar sees Esports from take the opening game. They had an okay day yesterday. They've got themselves into a good position to start now going into day two, and we'll see if they can kind of follow on from that one. It was a game though, Jordan, where the teams that were at the top of the heat pile at the end of day one though didn't really come out swinging, and that really does put us in a good position going into day two to see the lobby really open up.
Yeah, certainly. Look, we haven't got the updated standings just yet. I'll get that to you guys as we continue on in probably the next 5 minutes or so into the game. But if you want to track along with that yourself, I'd suggest going over to Twire. Seems to be the most up-to-date conversation point at this stage. But yeah, I mean, look, we're imagining Gen G, T1, Eagle Owls probably don't get too much out of that one, as the Pentagram definitely did get a decent number of points. KX as well. Divine had an okay run. D plus Kia, Star Balloon, Esports From. All of those teams that are sort of in that maybe 4 to 9, 4 to 10 position actually picking some points up. So a massive contraction in terms of the top end of things. Is massive maybe an overstatement, Xenox? Probably yes. I don't know if it's going to be enough necessarily just yet to topple the likes of Gen G T1, but Eagle Owls might be starting to come under pressure.
It's a start though. I mean, like Gen G had a really good position last game, and I think it's like yesterday, that's the kind of game they either win or have a really, really big point tally, and they don't get anything really from that match, which ended quite literally where they were holding in the middle portion of that match. And I think if that's going to mean tonight maybe Gen G aren't going to be as capable of really grasping the opportunities that they had yesterday, it could still leave the door ajar. You know, T1 also a poor game, and we saw them have poor games yesterday too. We know their best is arguably a top 3 kind of best, but it's all down to that consistency. Eagle Owls, obviously a rough start for them. So, I mean, that's what you want though, if you're those teams that yesterday's, as you mentioned, that 4 to 10, 4 to 9 kind of point of the bracket, you want those top 3 teams to have a bad game, then you have a good game. And that's kind of what has already happened to kickstart day 2. Makes it better for us, makes it more entertaining to kind of see this lobby be a little bit more wide open. Obviously, if you're like bottom 3, bottom 4, it's going to be very difficult. Even more so, it's funny, but if you're like towards the bottom, you almost want it to kind of be top 3 heavy for a large portion of it, and then not at the end, because if there's way more teams contesting and you're still far behind, that's so many teams that you've got to leapfrog with so little games remaining that you're just not going to be capable. So, like those teams, Superstar, Ignis, SG8, you've got to have really, really big games now, especially if that top 3 isn't going to be as dominant tonight. It really does give the hope that maybe if we start to perform, we could still be within a shot. Again, only the top 3 go to EWC, so it's going to be a bloodbath going into day 3. Still heaps of games to go today as well. Final game of Miramar here for night 2. As we watch Glad's parachute on down, he'll get himself a vehicle and away he goes. Good plane path as well to begin for game 2. I'd like to see something a little different though. All these Miramar games that we've had so far, well, there you go. I'll take that, Jordan. Very hard southern shift circle to kickstart here for game 2. Bit of water in play. It could end up being samey in terms of the play styles, as there are still some open area terrain, but that's naturally Miramar, as EJ with a knockdown onto Flow, and our winners from game 1 are down a player already.
Yeah, you don't really want to be getting into a punch on at the start of a game of PUBG. That's never normally ideal, but I guess if you're superstars here, you'll take any point you can get. That's an interesting one. Esports From, just looking at where they've dropped on the map, they would have had a pretty big spread there. I don't know if that was maybe a fight over a vehicle, because that player that did go down would have been way up north, almost towards Oasis, which is where Superstars kind of dropped, and we've seen them get into a few vehicles. So I have to imagine that was a bit of a conflict over a vehicle potentially that hasn't gone unfortunately correctly for Esports From. So yeah, PUBG's a game like that. High highs, low lows. Sometimes you can go from top of the pack to 16th place in one game to the next, and not necessarily that is going to be the case for Esports From, but losing a player this early on in the piece is definitely far from ideal, particularly when you've got a long rotate to make and you're going to be coming into the zone presumably pretty late, which does come with some dangers, let's just say.
Yeah, so very hard south circle means a lot of rotations. The Soul, he's very much aware that there's a player in one of these buildings at this compound. Well, we can see, though, of course, it's not that close in terms of E-end. But with this circle pop, it's a lot of kind of dead areas. You're not really going to go Patrone, that all the water in play. An area like Los Leones Resort, you don't really want to go into those kind of areas. T1's in a good spot here. They probably don't want to be fighting early. Same with D plus Kia. It's probably just more of an unfortunate reality that they're both kind of somewhat in the same compound, and how they want to play it now is going to be very interesting. But both have got really good areas for the phase 1 circle pop. There's a lot of teams up north, a lot of teams that are going to have to rotate in, find a spot. There's going to be a lot of edge play, probably phase 2 onwards, because just naturally you're not going to be able to go dead center. There's just not going to be enough real estate for you to go dead center towards the latter stages of phase 1. And obviously, E-end is very much aware of the fact that D plus have got into this compound. It's a good, this is one of the rare instances where this is a compound worth fighting for. This is pretty much center phase 1. You got good rotation paths. It's a little bit more on the south side in terms of the main roads, which favors the circle, which is probably why T1 and E-end have kind of just said, yeah, you know what? Let's fight this. Let's defend this. Type's on the other side of the road. He can get some information. Everyone's playing behind E-end. So T1 have set up really nicely for this. I think D plus should be aware that there was a player at the long building. And certainly now aware, as Kachi cops himself a quick headshot down to half health immediately.
Yeah, look, if I'm being honest, I don't imagine that either of these teams really actually want to have a long extended fight here. And this is actually a fairly nice compound for both of them. And to be honest, there is enough space for both to play. You're imagining at some point that the water's going to shift away, and so the zone's going to be pulling north. So both of these teams are, for mine, kind of almost center circle for sort of phase 4. So if they can just kind of have a bit of a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement, and a bit of a handshake to say we're going to try and not do anything too silly here.
Well, D plus should leave, because Wicket's got a compound south of that one. So at that point now, it's not worth the risk. If you've already got another compound elsewhere, you may as well just go play out of that. Although it's T1 that, T1 is leaving. Wow, that's quite interesting. Where are they going to go?
Just north. Nope, just going to keep driving. I thought they might have had somewhere set up already, but
they might play the warehouses on the outskirts of Los Leones, which is fine. It's not a bad spot, but they've given better real estate to D+. And I guess maybe they just kind of viewed the situation as, we don't really want to fight this, and potentially, you might get 2-3 kills, but you might go down to 1 player or 2 players, and then your ability to, do better late game. So I think they've just assessed this and just said, it's not maybe worth the risk, because this could be an extended fight. This could be, game changing. And what this now means, there's that second compound that I mentioned that Wicked had. They now get to 2-2 split this.
I mean, it's just
a good start for D+.
It is. I mean, I think for T1 there as well that you've got to consider is that, look, that's still pretty early on into the life cycle of the game. So if they get stuck in a compound like that, which not only are they going to get stuck in the compound, but they're also going to be expending their resources. They're going to be using their ammo, their meds, potentially their grenades here and there. They aren't going to have a whole lot. There hasn't been a whole lot of looting time. There's been 5 minutes before they've got into that compound and just basically had to then sit there against D+. So they're potentially thinking about that as well and thinking, look, we don't actually have the resources to play this drain game with D+ here at this stage. So they rotated off. Fair enough. I don't think it's a bad shout at all. The one thing that interested me about that was T1 kind of just went straight into those warehouses. I don't imagine that they had any info on that. I don't think that they had a scout. Maybe I missed it on the mini-map there on the map stream, but it looked like all 4 of them were kind of just driving there. So it was a bit of a bold call. I guess they recognized, look, we have a timing now. If we're going to do it, we have to do it now. We can't wait another 2 or 3 minutes. Otherwise, teams are going to start to pull in from the north and take that position. So they've just gone, and they've actually ended up taking a fairly nice split for themselves all the way down from sort of, that road coming out of Los Leones and then southward. So they've got a fair bit of space to play with as well. It's actually ended up being a pretty decent setup here for T1. I think it's an overall good decision from them. D+ Kira, of course, will be happy as well. So both teams walking away, and it wasn't the handshake agreement that we expected to get, but it was one that was actually quite mutually beneficial for both teams.
Yeah, and it shows maturity as well, that you don't just feel like, no, we have to fight this and we've got this ego, or we, overvalue a certain, position. Instead, they're valued living. Their lives are more important, and they can, now play the late game because of it. And yeah, as you said, I think they've got a decent spot now themselves. Really good decisions. As for these teams rotating in, Esports from, of course, as we know, down a player coming in very late. Very difficult to envision they're going to be capable of getting themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner performance. Superstars coming in very late as well. A couple of rotates on the very western side of this circle. Teams imagining, of course, center's been, largely taken by now. We're at the 8.5 minute mark. Gen G at the coast on the south side. KX Gaming just kind of north of them. Divine in the area, and they are even further south and spotted already. Barpo is so lucky to still be alive. 4 HP. I think if he had got knocked, he may have then gone down enough to not be in sight to get flushed anyway. Never mind. He has been spotted. Orca does get the knock, and now I can put to test whether or not I was right. And I think I am right. I don't think that Barpo is now going to be capable of getting flushed. It's just the classic Miramar. You get knocked, but because you've now been knocked, they can no longer see you.
Yeah. There's so many little hills and defilades all over the place. Divine gonna set up on the coast. This doesn't look like it's going to end up being a fantastic position for them long term. This will end up just being a bit of a staging ground. Next zone shift coming through in 45 seconds or so, but in all likelihood, we're going to end up going further north than where we're at this stage, although maybe not for phase 2, but certainly for phase 4. Around the rest of the map, not a whole lot else really happening at this stage. Phantom Hearts have got a nice high ground position here for Stella, who's just trying to keep an eye on any potential rotates that are happening. Has seen Asla. Maybe seen SGA out there as well up on the right. So fair bit of information available for Phantom Hearts. And in a pretty good position should the zone head in their direction, and should it not, well, they've got enough information to inform those rotates. Here comes that zone shift. And it is going to sort of center up for now, but still some water involved. So Divine, who we were talking about a little bit earlier on the coast, won't actually have to move here for phase 2, but still going to be a consideration for later on down the track.
And the funny part as well, the phase 2 circle pop, that original compound that D Plus and T1 were posturing over is no longer, prime real estate. The secondary compound that D Plus had, though, is certainly better for this phase 2 pop, and T1's early rotation has certainly benefited them. They've been able to loot, they've got a better building, they've got more space, and now they're even closer to the center of this phase 2 circle. So again, it's a really, it's hindsight. I get it's hindsight, but it shows the value of just keeping your life, not overvaluing an early position for phase 1, and instead keeping yourselves alive. And you're saving out on utility, you're picking up more loot. It's just an incredible play from T1. Whereas I think teams in APAC, Jordan, I would have been far more expecting them to, say, fight over that compound, to go for an early brawl. And don't get me wrong, there's probably teams in this lobby, based on their current positions on the leaderboard, that may have sensed an opportunity to fight early and get some early points. But T1 don't need to do that. They're at a different point on the leaderboard. As the pentagram a little bit split at the moment, as Phantom Hearts close by in the vicinity on this western side of the circle. Still teams that are coming in on their first rotations as well. Esports from Superstars, Star Balloon, all still just making their way in so far up north on this southern circle. And there's not really good real estate for them to get into, so they're going to have to keep playing edge and hope at some point they'll get a hard shift. Otherwise, a lot of fighting and a lot of these kind of long angles, as you can see from Hal, and these shots are not easy to land.
Not easy to land indeed. Quite a few just going by the wayside, but that's all fair in Miramar in the early stages. Just letting everyone know what's business, really. A few long-range shots actually coming through from Min on Prison Island still, by the way, trying to take some shots at Asla Pentagram. So that's where all of those little noises are coming from. If you mind game, you're up towards the northern side of the zone, just to the south of Los Leones, have again kind of set themselves up with a little bit of a split. taking as much map territory as they can reasonably have at this point. It is getting fairly congested though. 63 players alive, 13 minutes into the game. It probably won't be happening in phase 2, but I think it's going to start to pop off a little bit here in phase 3. Min coming off the prison island as we speak as well, and so everybody making their way into the zone with the exception of Superstars at this stage. The last team still yet to come in out on the northwestern side of the map, and they've got a bit of a headache here, hoping perhaps that this zone is going to pull favorably towards them, maybe up towards Lost Leonas that they can backfill into, but we're not necessarily guaranteed for that here into phase 3.
Yeah, and that's a stretch as well as we get the circle pop here, phase 3, and yeah, it's just going to kind of center up a little bit on all of those teams that were already very much in good positions for phase 2 now benefit phase 3. Those playing edge don't get a hard shift in any of the directions, so they're going to have to continue to just kind of keep pushing in. It's one of those sort of games, Jordan, where, you know, you've started north, it's a southern shift, you're rotating, you're 14 minutes into the game, you barely left your vehicle, Ayo knocked out by Hal. And that's certainly a case here for Star Balloon. This is a mentally taxing game for these kind of teams, and Star Balloon's a good example. They've just done nothing but rotating. They haven't even left these vehicles. They haven't been able to shoot a gun. I mean, it is really frustrating when you have these sort of matches because you feel like a lot of it's really out of your hands. What more can you do? You're just having to continue to move with the zone, and now you're ultimately out. There's a world in which Star Balloon barely even shot a gun this entire match outside of maybe a drive-by. And they had such a good game 1 to ultimately never even really have a good opportunity here in game 2. They get nothing from it, out already. They're not going to be the last one to probably die in a very similar fashion. In fact, very quickly after, if you mind, game wiped out, if you don't mind, by D plus Kia. They'll happily collect some early points, but won't be so happy to see 2 players then subsequently knocked down. So they've got a bit of fighting to do as well. D plus Kia, KX Gaming might sense an opportunity to strike and go for a better position on the north side of Resort.
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult game to play. There's so many teams still alive, so much space already taken. You're going to see a couple more instances like what we saw there for Star Balloon. Those teams that are going to come in late or that are going to be stuck on a rotate, unable to find a position. You know, it's tough to even scout a lot of the compounds around this area of the map because there's just so much elevation that, you know, how much can you realistically see? You maybe make some informed decisions based on what you're hearing in terms of shots ringing out, but you know, realistically for teams like Superstar who are still up in Lost Leonas, Phantom Hearts who are trying to make their rotate in, EFM who we've just seen struggling in the kill feed there as well, you know, they're running out of options, and so they're probably just going to end up being cut down on their rotation. Starting to thin out a little bit. We've lost 2 teams already, down to 53 players, but Zone is going to be relentless. 30 seconds again before we move. D plus are set up pretty nicely in the center, but the big dogs Gen G just underneath them also looking hot to trot in Resort.
And Superstars couldn't find an entry point on the west side, so they're going for a north wrap out east and now making their way in actually through the dust storm. Maybe is a good means of cover. Yeah, I think it helps them. And F and Pocheon are actually quite split. So if they go into Zenith's compound, he's going to be dead, completely just dead, and they can actually get themselves a really good spot. They aren't aware of it though. They've rotated straight past him. He's very fortunate. They're going a little bit more deep, trying to play out east side Resort. Phase 4 pop has made its way in, and it is going to be a huge hard shift over towards SGA. Gen G have picked up an amazing circle pop here, phase 4. We barely even really talked about Gen G this game. They came in on the south coast. They came in on the south wrap. They did not have early center position, but they have now gained it at the best time to gain it, phase 4 onwards. Gen G get to control this zone now. 2-2 split, 2 in Resort, 2 out of Resort. They know teams are going to be rotating around the area. It's unfortunate for a team like KXG, who were in such a good spot, no longer, now outside of the circle. It's T1, tight with a double knockdown. Harsh and Hammer both going to be taken out. Breakers to follow, and Eagle Owls, well, the awful start to night 2 seems like it's continued. T1 will be the beneficiaries, 4 kills for them out on the road on the north side, but they've got some moving to do themselves.
Yeah, that's what you're going to get, though, with a zone pool like that one. There's teams that are just going to have to make a bit of a gamble rotate, and in this instance, Eagle Owls just go directly past T1, who were all set up on this road. It was an easy few kills for T1. It does obviously slow their rotate down and probably forces T1 now to play edge for the rest of this game, but you'll take it if it's going to give you a couple more points. And kill feed lighting up, as we can see. The Eagle Owls eventually do get finished off. Phantom Hearts under some pressure. Ignis as well, struggling a little bit. One team that I wanted to shout out, by the way, as well, was Superstars. We said they were coming in late from Los Leones, but in the end, they actually ultimately got a faster rotate in for Phase 3 than most teams, because they were already on the move by the time Phase 3 popped. Everybody else was set up to get in.
And they didn't send a compound. If they had to send a compound, that they're not in this spot. Like, they've benefited by just over-rotating for essentially 18 minutes. They've been nothing but in their vehicles, and now they've got a great spot for the end game. So again, the patience pays off, and there's a lot of patience in this lobby by teams. Phantom Hearts do get wiped out by SGA. And T1 have actually gone for a fight towards the fields, over towards northwest against Ignis. They could collect some more kill points against the team towards the bottom. Glass is going to get the over-peeking Barpo, who just had no idea that he was over that little ridge. The rest of Divine ended up rotating out in their vehicles towards Superstars they go.
Asla going to have to battle their way in as a trio. Do have Divine in their way, but just keeping their heads down for the moment. Divine do have a player looking in this direction, so I'm not sure 100% if they want to be taking this fight or not. I think they're actually kind of moving away, or at least in an attempt to move away, but they're almost stuck between Superstars and Asla, so Divine are going to have to choose to take a fight at some point. Here's T1, again, as mentioned, probably being forced to play edge. They are up on the edge, hoping for a northern pull. Will shift away from the south somewhat, but not enough to keep T1 in with a sniff inside of the zone at the moment. And there are a lot of fields in play at the moment, so these smokes are going to start to become a premium, and they are being invested very early in this game.
And Blackwalk taken out by Wonderful. The rotate seems like it's worked out okay for Divine in terms of maybe more fights, but not okay for position. And Wonderful also then knocked down by Inspire's nade. Down to 11 teams at the 20-minute mark. It's a wounded lobby. And Sol's going to be knocked down by Tosi. As T1 have made a send, Jordan, towards the center of this zone. They avoid the field fight with Ignis. Don't be surprised if you see them in the action. Tosi knocked down by Daku, and they got more to worry about. Genji are heavily split. Tosi gets finished off. That was on the north side of Resort. Genji still have 2 players outside of Resort, but T1 have made their way close to that building as Sol push-up is good. Clean knockdown onto Americano, and Kachi has been able to get both of them. Good work from the duo for D+, and it's 2 games on Miramar, Jordan, where they're just scrapping a lot better than they did yesterday. They're not clean games. It's not 4 players alive, center positions, but they're picking up points, where they're picking up points as well in bad areas. 8 kills, looking to get top 8. They did somewhat similar in the last game. It's a good start, but they would want a clean game where they can pick up a whole heap more points.
There you go, Pa. Haven't picked up any points so far, but they've got 4 players alive, and they've actually got quite a lot of map territory. You've got Pio and Songjung here down on the southern side of the zone. The southeastern side of the zone, really, and here's actually a good time to bring up the map stream, because you can see far out there on the west, they've got the other couple of players for Bago Pass, so they almost control like the vast majority of the southern side of this zone, and a large swathe of the western side of the zone as well. So Begapar definitely have got their options. They can bring this 2-2 split back together based on the next zone shift, but somehow sitting quite pretty in what has been an extremely chaotic game. They've just been on a relatively quiet side of the zone that nobody's interested in, apparently.
So, well, no, that's unlucky. Raining good shots. Ian, I think, landed a tag as well. Not much more that Sol can really do. You got to move forward. You got to get out of a bad spot, make your way into the zone. Kachi, he's already low on health, but they don't land the shots onto him straight away. The spray with the barrel. In the end, Kachi finished off by raining, and D+ will get no placement points. They do get the 6 kill points. It's still not a bad effort, considering, again, another game where they've not really had, all 4 players alive, center position. And we head into phase number 6 coming up very shortly. SGA still holding a decent split towards the center of this circle. T1, their earlier move has benefited them greatly. And while they were not able to have a decent game 1, suddenly game 2 shaping up very nicely for them.
Ignis also not in a terrible spot. 3 kills so far, 3 players alive. As the pentagram under the pump, T1 just fragging out. I don't know how they managed to get into this position with 4 players alive, considering they came from probably what was one of the most populated parts of the zone. But they've expertly rotated their way into what is almost a center zone position. And it looks like they're pretty safe in this position as well. They've got some nice firing lines, trying to put pressure on teams around them. Obviously, there's still a lot happening out toward the east, but T1 relatively shielded from that by a ridge. So that'll be a conversation more so between the likes of Gen G, KXG, Asler, and Superstars. And T1 have that little pocket of safety here where they just get to bunker down and try and pick up a kill point or 2, which they've done a pretty good job of so far. Those teams rotating in don't have many options, and T1 taking that as a feast of opportunity.
And because T1 didn't fight Ignis come into those fields by themselves. So they benefited as well from T1 playing more for late game position. Yeah, with a knock onto Daku, T1 are just in control of this lobby so far this game. And Genji, I think this has just got to be a scrap for them now. Can they just pick up some extra points? You're not going to win this one, but you can certainly still walk away with an extra 4 or 5 points, find a couple of kills a little bit later in the place, but still trying to play this long building that's just barely in, but it is in. And you got teams that are going to have to make their way towards that location. Orca eventually got finished off. He was knocked earlier. EJ will pick up a valuable point for Superstars, who just continue to not really ever have any kind of dominance in this lobby. Running out of time to pick up points to have any kind of hope of top 3, but if I'm going to be harsh and realistic, I think their chances are very much falling away game by game. 7 kills now for T1, and they've got 4 players up. There is no Begapar, Jordan. They're an intriguing prospect here.
Yeah.
Southwestern side, very good split, good zone control. SGA has still got the split with only the 1 player in the main warehouse. Begapar could definitely be a contender this match.
Yeah, I want to see them get involved a little bit more, though. I mean, they've been kind of sitting pretty. They've got 4 players alive. That's nice, and they've got some good zone control. But Vegapar's a team that need points, and they need big points today as well. So they've got to try and start actually getting involved in some of these discussions and see if they can get some kill points. Not to mention, obviously, get as deep into this game for all the placement points as they can possibly. But a better game so far from Begapar than what we've seen over the course of yesterday and the start of today, at least. Zone pool. He's going to go right over the top of SGA. It's still favorable enough for Ignis and maybe T1 as well, but Begapar going to have to regroup on a Khan's position potentially, play those deflates, play that ridge up on the western side of the map. I don't really see many other options for them. Everybody else is going to have to move. Gen G, Superstars, KXG in a real spot of bother now.
And no kills either, so it's not even like you could go out here and you've had a decent game. You really need to start picking up the points. Flame knocked down by Ricky D. I know it's only a 2-man Gen G, but you would almost back them in against the 3 of Superstars. Bean, what can he do? Nothing. Good nade from EJ, and Gen G, again for the 2nd game running on Miramar, really don't have a decent performance. Their points to start for night 2, not even close to even their worst games yesterday. And it's leaving the door ajar for T1, Jordan. I looked at the Twire, which has been updated. It's only a 17-point gap, and T1's having a big game. the hold that Gen G had for that top spot is actually slipping, and T1 are kind of following. Ricky D, good shot onto Lua, and Superstars have done a decent job pushing out through the long building. They wipe out Gen G. Now they can take the fight with KXG, but Ricky D, and while he's been hot, maybe has overcooked. He just ran straight down. On top, still watching the window. EJ in the smoke, and on top still takes him out. I think Superstars got a little hot and heavy, a little bloodthirsty, and it has cost them.
Definitely overcooked that one a little bit. It started to smell a little bit like burnt toast at that point. Insfire is the last man standing here for Superstars. On top, inside that smoke, prone, and Insfire doesn't spot him. So the patience pays off for KXG. It does get them an extra kill point, maybe some more placement points as well, but their fate had already been sealed. Begopar, rather than actually going out toward the west, had swung across to the east and started to look for some kills. So wise move from them. Again, like I said, they do have to get involved. They do have to find some kill points and try to build those numbers up, and they've capitalized on it by at least getting one there onto KXG. We're down to our final four, T1 and Begopar with full strength rosters, and then Ignis and SGA both tagged up slightly, losing a player, but still in a position to win it. Right now, SGA in the center zone are going to get the next circle pool as well, and they've been relatively quiet. They've been keeping their heads down. They're kind of hoping that the rest of these teams are going to do enough damage to one another that SGA can just walk into a victory if they keep quiet for now.
Oh, this is too easy.
Whoa!
Too easy for T1. Too easy. Couple of nades. They knew that Ignis were here from earlier when they thought about pushing the fields, but wrapped around them, and now they've kind of come back and said thank you very much, and that's going to be a lot of loot to be able to pick up in terms of utility, because it was such a quick fight. SGA just couldn't even get nades out. They couldn't get smokes out. You can see Ian just picked up 2 nades. He's picked up 3 extra smokes. They're all essentially going to be capable of doing that. It's really set T1 up nicely to win this game. And if they do win this game, there's actually every chance they could take top spot by the end of it. And if they haven't taken it, it'll be very much tied with Gen G. And big nade from Rainy. That one's very ambitious. I'm not too sure where that one's going to land. And oh, actually, landed that perfectly inside of the warehouse. Yeah, that was a great nade. No one's there, but still a really good nade. And Begopar have got a 3-1 split. So Arkan will play a little bit of support anchor over on the west. The other 3 inside the warehouse, but it's not really going to be in. It's just barely. And then you got to cross a small road, but a road nevertheless. 6 smokes for Pio. He gets aggressive, way too over-aggressive. That is not the Pio of old. No smokes up, no cover, no info, just sent it out of the warehouse. Tried to play the front contact, and it's backfired. And Begopar, I think, are going to be next on the chopping block at the hands of T1, who are just running rampant here in Game 2.
Hey, that's an interesting looking syringe. I tell you what, though, just juice that straight into my veins, mate. That might get me going as well. Yeah, I don't know what that was from Pio. I think he probably felt he had a little bit of the timing. Maybe he heard T1 get into some vehicles. I think they were in vehicles just driving around, and he thought they might be making a rotate or they might be making a send onto SGA. So he thought he had a little timing window to get across to the defilade in front of him. But yeah, just kind of ended up looking a little bit silly and getting picked off. And the rest of Begopar, by the looks of things, seemingly following suit. SGA starting to put a bit of pressure now in onto T1 though, so Begopar might still be able to nab a point or 2 out of this one. Pio and Songjang done. The one player that I'm still kind of keeping in the back of my mind is Akan, who we mentioned earlier on. He was out on a flank. I don't think anybody really knows what he's up to at this stage, or at least they're not paying attention to him necessarily. Park Pro with the nade has got himself a knock onto Type of T1. He's got another grenade in hand. He's going to toss that one out, but Type has since moved a position. And Park Pro really fighting for his life at the moment. He's battling demons. He's like in that movie called The Mist, you know. He can't see anything. There's monsters flying out of everywhere trying to get rid of him, and they do eventually find him. Ian and Raining will put an end, you'd think, to Park Pro. First aid kit required here for Ian, down on 11 HP. But Akan is the interesting factor here, sitting inside that smoke. The flashes, not going to kill him, but they're going to make his life uncomfortable.
Oh, Hayne almost catching an angle on the headshot. That could have really been a disaster for T1. Type finished off as well, so they've only got the 2 players, and Ian has actually just sniped out Akan. I thought Hayne was going to be the one to get that. He just spotted him last second as the smoke was evaporating. But T1 will collect an extra kill point. Now in a 2 versus 3, out of position. Compound advantage for SGA. Looking to find victory here on game 2 of Miramar. T1, though, have been so dominant. When you're hot, you're really feeling it. Raining checking the window angle, hoping that Hayne would peek it, but Heat's moved up towards the tree. Raining caught him, but on a bad timing, and he got to the tree before him, and I think T1 are going to give this one up. Being knocked, Raining will die to the blue, and SGA will collect match 2. It's only a 4-kill win, but it's a win nevertheless. 14 points for SGA. They need all the points that they can get if they're going to be climbing up that leaderboard, which they actually just doubled their points, Jordan. A little fun fact there. They had the 14 points coming into the game, and they walk out now with a total of 28.
Yeah, they needed that, certainly. Begapar also needed a strong finish. They did get themselves pretty deep into that game, and another team that went reasonably deep was Ignis. So, again, teams towards the bottom end of the standings, feasting a little bit in that matchup, but another big winner, of course, being T1. Although they didn't get themselves the victory, you could see their 14 kills in that game. It's still a really, really big one out from T1, and Genji's hold on this lobby is starting to slip somewhat. They haven't quite had the same success as they did yesterday. I think we're starting to get the idea that, you know, maybe T1 in terms of their dominance or their streak domestically here in 2025 going to be potentially at the end of this competition the best team out of the EWC qualifier as well, because look, Genji falling off, but T1 haven't had easy games. That's what's impressed me about this for them, is that they've had difficult matches, zone pools that have gone away from them. They've had to make some tough rotates, and they're still making it work. They've got talented individuals that seem to be in form at the moment. So, I mean, for mine, look, I don't know if it's an easy thing to say at this point, but I feel like T1 are the form team.
Yeah, definitely the form team for tonight. And if you kind of take a lot of their performances yesterday as well, I think you could say they've taken that mantle from Gen G. Overall, they've maybe even taken that #1 spot. And if they haven't, again, it's going to be very, very close now between those two. Now, you can look at that two ways. It provides a bit of competition overall, but it also does mean, could this end up being top heavy? We spoke yesterday a little bit, you know, T1, Gen G, you're probably expecting those to be 2 of the top 3. Means it opens things up for that 3rd spot, but it also means you're taking away 2 of the top spots anyway.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that'll be a bit of a conversation to take deeper into game number 3, and luckily for us, that won't be too far away. We'll take a short break here, and we're jumping on to our 3rd game of the day.
OSGA close out Miramar for tonight with the chicken dinner, but it's really the T1 show tonight, Jordan. Yesterday it was all about Gen G. They haven't quite hit their straps the way that they did yesterday, but T1 closing that gap for that top spot. And as I was saying before the break, it does mean those two very much soaking up a lot of the points so far throughout the first two nights, which means that third spot's looking pretty open. Eagle Owls are tumbling. Asla not quite having the same night as yesterday. That third spot's open, but the top two are starting to look really, really strong here in the career qualifiers.
Yeah, we're still not quite halfway through the competition. After the next game, we will be at the halfway point. So maybe at that point, we can start to inform ourselves as to what those cutoffs are going to potentially start to be. But look, honestly, I think maybe at this point, you could maybe start to double the numbers just because there's been a bit of a great start from the likes of Gen G and T1. I don't know that that necessarily continues over the rest of it. So, you know, if we would extrapolate that, you know, we might be looking at about 150 to 160 points for top 1 or 2, and then maybe 120 to 130 being the battle for third place. That is, of course, if everything maintains its trajectory. And 120, 130 points, I mean, that's already feeling like it's going to be a pretty tough ask for a lot of teams here. So from Asla Pentagram maybe down to Star Balloon, D plus Kia, I mean, KSG are on 48. Those are probably the teams that are really still in that discussion, barring some outrageous next couple of games here. So definitely a lot of work to be done in that chase pack. But you're right, 100%. I'm kind of on board with the fact that it does feel like we've got a big 2 and then a battle for third.
Yeah, I think that we're heading into Tago now, and those teams that are towards the bottom, we saw Superstars actually have certainly a better performance in that last game, but you can't now be saying, well, 5-6 points is, you know, going to be good enough. You can't average those kind of numbers here on out. When you talk about extrapolating the points and thinking about, okay, what averages do we need? Unfortunately, for teams that are towards the bottom 2, 3, 4 slots, like, you can't just think 5-6 is enough. You got to start thinking you might have to start averaging 10 a game, and that's just not going to be possible or feasible for these teams that have clearly struggled in this lobby environment. So again, I'm not going to get the marker out yet, but it's definitely ready to go probably by games 5 and 6 tonight. You can start to think, yeah, certain teams just aren't mathematically going to have the opportunity, being top 3 qualifier only. You're looking at what T1 and Gen G are doing. Gen G need to be a little bit careful, though. They're leaving that door slightly ajar that they could kind of slip down a little bit. If they have let's say another poor 2 games, Jordan, they might be on that precipice of third rather than like clear out in front first the way they were really coming into tonight after such a strong night yesterday. We've seen teams before start well and then just, randomly fall off a cliff, and I felt like a team of Gen G's quality that they would maybe avoid that, but alas, 2 games off Miramar. And in 2 games of Miramar, where they actually had good circle position. I know coming into tonight, you would say, well, what if they don't have the circle positions of yesterday? Well, they've actually had those positions, but they haven't capitalized the way they did yesterday. So, they've got to make sure that they don't just drop off a cliff. D+ have been better. I think D+ are still missing that massive game where they have 4 players alive, they get 10 kills, they're in the top 4, they've got good position. We haven't seen them reach that level. And if they can do that, they're certainly then right in the conversation. Asla Pentagram, Eagle Owls, all of those teams around that area towards the top. Divine starting to do a little bit better as well. They're all still well and truly in good positions because clearly there's no top 3 runaway. And that's the good news for a lot of these middling teams around 4th to 10th. They've actually had a good night so far to start tonight, and that's kept them in a good spot.
Let's not forget, this is the point at the night at which Gen G really did start to accelerate. They had won the second game on Miramar, then they won on Tago and Rondo. They did get a little bit of a feed here on Tago. Zone going largely over the top of Godok. It will not be the case this time for Gen G, who, well, are going to have a remake. So we'll have a little bit more time to talk here, Xenox, which is obviously a little less than ideal. I'm not sure what the issue in that lobby ended up being. Maybe somebody didn't connect. I can see only 63 players in the lobby, and so I think that's just going to get sorted out in the background. But all that can more or less be ignored. There is a chance again that Gen G may get that feed over onto the Godok Island, but they didn't get it in that instance. It went hard south. That was actually going to be a pretty interesting circle, so I'm kind of disappointed that we get the remake there.
Yeah, I was just looking at the map feed. I got it paused just to kind of see where everyone was sort of landing and playing. You know, so you got Gen G, T1 both playing that Northwest Island. So the top two teams in that particular game, had it played out, certainly would have had to go for E pickups, long rotates. It wouldn't have been, you know, a bit of a free game. Yesterday, the Tago match that we had was the Northwest Island. If you think back to it, again, that was sort of like when Gen G, they had to fight early, got their spot by winning their initial fight just north of Godock, and then they just kind of got circle after circle after circle. And as you said, then that was sort of the beginning of them, well, not the beginning, but the follow through from the previous game, then into the next game, and they really were solid throughout the middle of the night. You know, T1 was certainly going to be in a similar position. I think that when you kind of think about Tago as a map, you only get one opportunity, right? So like, you have to make sure that with these kind of tertiary maps, Tago, Rondo, it's not like Erangel, it's not like Miramar, where you know throughout an 18 game tournament, you're going to see those maps regularly, and you can have one or two bad games, or you can, you know, deviate a little. With these, you kind of just got to go in and say, we've got a set game plan, we have to stick to it, and understand what you're going to do in that one game, and then you play it, and then that's it. You don't really see it again till the next night. You don't have to then think, let's say you play Erangel game 5 and you do something, you think, okay, that didn't quite work, we can adjust. So there's no adjusting on a map like Tago and a map like Rondo, which, I mean, I kind of like. I mean, I still wonder if we'll ever get to a point where we kind of just play 5 different maps through 5 games in a night. That would be kind of fascinating, but I don't think we're going to ever get to that point. But yeah, unfortunately, lobby issue.
Yeah, I mean, we've had timed in the past where there has been 4 game nights. Actually, you know, 2-2 from Erangel Miramar. Why not?
Yeah, it's been a while.
One split.
Yeah.
Hey, anyway, that's a conversation for another day. We'll take a short break here while things get sorted out in the background. We'll be back in a few minutes when Tago is ready to go.
Well, good news. All 64 players in the lobby, and the game starting within the next 30 seconds means we can get straight underway here for Game 3 tonight of the Korean qualifiers for PUBG on the road to the Esports World Cup. It's Taego coming up, and yeah, certainly a good opportunity to continue what's been a good night for those teams in the middle of the leaderboard to kind of catch up to those top three. You look at Esports from SGA, both winning the first two games. A complete reversal from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, most definitely. We're hoping that's going to continue today, but we'll see. Look, I think there's definitely still a discussion to be had here about how T1 is going about things. I think they've been, for me, probably the most consistent force throughout these sort of, opening now 8 games that we've had, even though Gen G is sitting at the top of the pack. I think they've had a bit more of a favorable time in terms of the circle pools, but I think T1's probably getting a lot more done with a lot less given to them in a sense. But we'll see whether or not we get a bit of a change up in terms of where that zone is going to go. Before the reset, it was pretty hard south down toward Hospital, but it's another game. It's another day here on Taego. Things may change up once again. So pretty sound affair once again as far as that plane path is concerned, straight through the center of the map. Everybody's pretty happy with that one. Did have a little bit of a contest. I don't think we had one on yesterday on Taego. I'm thinking about the Rondo game, actually. That was at Test Track, so probably not a whole lot to necessarily look forward to in terms of a contest here on Taego either. Gen G certainly spreading out over the northwestern island. Ignis dropping up there. I don't know if they dropped their last game. There was certainly not as much congestion there for Gen G, but they'll figure it out one way or the other.
And Circle Pop is at least not Northwest Island, which kind of then leads into the same conversation we were probably going to have anyway with the previous circle. It's not quite as far south, but it's still pretty much the same idea. You know, your T1s, your Ignises, your Bagapers, your Gen Gs, who are all looting on that Northwest Island. You know, their rotates now have got to be rather cautious, and you've got to really be calculated. Do you go early? Can you get an E pickup? And E pickups are so good on Taego. A lot of safe places you can land, a lot of information you can get. If you're on the Northwest Island, you don't then have to worry about, you know, your rotates through the bridges. The downside for an E pickup will always be then the lack of vehicles that you then don't have for the latter stages. But I think if it means you can get a rather safe rotation to a circle like this, you're fine with that. KX Gaming, not a bad spot. Asler as well. I mean, this is a good opportunity. Again, it's only phase 1 circle, but you'd rather be in it than not in it, especially if you've got your loot, you know, vicinity within this circle. More time to loot, so valuable. More resources. D plus Kia on the road, straight down the middle of this phase 1 circle pop. Phantom Hearts in the area, Star Balloon in the area. So again, the trend continuing. These teams 4 to 10 have now actually gone and got themselves a rather decent start here for game 3 in terms of phase 1 circle pop, and the top 2 teams at least have got a rotate game. They're going to have to really fight it out a little bit more. So a good sign for us as neutrals for game 3.
We know the literature, though, Xenox. Phase 1 shift doesn't necessarily correlate with a good opening game. You were even in the last match.
Oh, E-pickup already?
Reset. Yeah, I was exactly going to say. You were talking about the E-pickup having to probably be the play for those teams up on that Northwestern Island, and that is very much going to be the case. Gen G have found one already. They want to move early. They call it in, and in about 30 seconds or so, they're going to be in the air flying over into this phase 1 zone. Now, where they end up is something that I think we should pay particular attention to, because they have been generally quite good at calling where that circle is going to finish up, even in the games where they haven't made it into the end game. You look at their position and think, well, that was actually pretty close to where we finished off, so might be a pretty good sort of dart on the dartboard to just keep an eye on here, Gen G, as they are about to be collected.
It's the best move. It 100% is the best move. You find an early one. They already have a decent amount of loot, Goat Dog. Now, there's a couple of compounds north of Ho Hyang, which are currently vacant. Now, they're a bit harder to scout. And whenever you're taking this E pickup, the best thing that you can scout in terms of intel is more the open areas, the trees and those things like that. But that, series of buildings are actually vacant, and that's dead center phase one. The only issue then is, vehicles with this E pickup. So you've got to kind of keep that in mind for Gen G. Where do you want to go? You probably want to go to an area that you can hold rather than, the more open terrain where you then might have to move around. So I'll be very curious to see, but I think the early pickup's the best. As soon as you can get to that position, you go. Because you want to make sure that you're not coming in late. If you're coming in late, more eyes as you're parachuting down, more chance to then lose players. So Gen G have made the right call. Rather than just holding it, continuing to loot, and then come in late, they go super early. T1, Ignis, and Begapar, well, they're the other three, Northwest Island, and no E pickups for them, at least not just yet, which means they'll be coming in late either through rotating vehicles or through a later pickup. But I'm watching the map feed right now to see where they do land, and they're just over that series of buildings, that massive compound north of Hokiang. Do they drop out on top of it? They haven't just yet. They're continuing all the way to the end of this path and only just now jumping out. Close by to Asla Pentagram, close by to KX Gaming and SGA. And we'll see where they eventually land. But yeah, they've kind of landed straight on top of... oh no, they've gone all the way. They've continued all the way to the end of the plane path. I think they might want to go for the loot crates. They are.
Wow.
But they don't go dead center. They don't go for center point phase one. They go for the loot crates. And also, I wonder if they can then get vehicles around here.
Well, it's a possibility that they just took the opportunity to do some scouting here as well, and maybe they didn't feel as though they had finished with their looting. I mean, just look at what is in Flame's inventory here. Only one grenade, one smoke, one molly. Yeah, probably not feeling as though that's quite going to be enough. So this is sort of a hedge of bets type of a drop, I think, for Gen G. They're feeling, look, we can't actually guarantee that we're going to have enough resources going late in the game if we drop center right now. Let's try and find some vehicles, try to get some extra resources. Know that there's unlikely to be anyone this far south, and they will be correct in that assumption. We'll move back over to some of the action, though, as Asla do lose Glaz, and SGA looking to try to continue putting some points on the board, have potentially run into the thick of things. Red Zone finds the kill, the flush confirmed onto Hain, and SGA now down to 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good move. And again, it's the difference between the best of the best and teams that maybe just think a little bit more short term. They've thought long term. I'm curious to see how it'll work for Gen G, but double loot crate pickup. Vehicles now are plenty. Coming in on the south side as Star Balloon have lost their lives to Superstars. T1, by the way, ended up getting vehicles. They're rotating in on the north side. Begapar still Northwest Island. Same with If You Mind Game and Ignis, all coming in very late, all coming in with vehicles. No further E pickups for those teams. Asla Pentagram down a player already, just the 1 kill in response, so 1 for 1. SGA across the road. Asla Pentagram's a team, of course, that's far closer to the top 3 than SGA are, so they need to be making sure they're winning these kind of fights. Otherwise, you're very much losing out on a solid opportunity for what is a race that's wide open for that 3rd spot right now.
Well, Taxter in a bit of an awkward spot here. He's just going to try and keep it quiet.
Actually, in the 3rd spot. I've just updated it. Sorry, Jordan. They're in 3rd by 6 points. And T1 are only 1 point behind Gen G. So those two at the top are neck and neck. And then 3rd is wide open. Esports From in 4th on 55 points. So they're 6 points behind a qual spot right now. Eagle House have dropped now to 5th on 53 points. FN Pocheon on 50. And D Plus are slowly making their climb. 49 points, tied 7th and 8th.
Yeah, 48 there for KXG as well, so not too far away. There's a lot of teams in the middle of the pack there that are worth the conversation. SGA, unfortunately, are not one of them, but could still be if they can put together another couple of decent games here today. This is a bit of an awkward spot, though, now for both SGA and Asla. And you can see SGA are trying to leave it. Been there, getting the knock on to Flow. You might have thought it was Orca. That was the POV we were watching. It would have been an insane shot with that horizontal and vertical aim having to come into play when you're tracking on that kind of position. But in the end, it was Bean. But the gliders getting the info there for Gen G, and information going to be premium for them after the rotate that they did make. Wouldn't have had it inherently from earlier on. Taxter Oh, he's gone and doubled down. Daklu and Red Zone unable to trade it out. And SGA find themselves another couple of points, and they do eliminate Asla Pentagram. So you can talk exactly how much you like about where they're sitting on the standings at the moment, Xenox, but they will not be improving upon that this game.
No. I mean, they don't need to, have an amazing game every single match. They've got points in the bank, but you want to obviously, strike early when other teams might get hot later in this tournament and be able to leapfrog. You've already seen what's happened to Eagle Owls, right? It's just a stark drop-off. You don't really want to follow suit. And for SGA, you kind of mentioned, they're in the bottom 4, but with these 3 points, they go to 31. So that's only 30 behind a qual spot. Still enough games. They're avoiding that permanent marker, and the way they're playing tonight, especially off the back of that win, they're giving themselves every opportunity to at least be in a position going into night 3 where they are still a chance. That's got to be their goal tonight. You don't have to be in third by the end of tonight. You don't have to recoup all the points that the other teams have, within 2-3 games, but just keep climbing, keep putting pressure, keep being around the mark, and maybe tomorrow night you have a big game and you could do something special. KX Gaming, like you said, 48 points. These games now start to really matter because there's a lot of teams that are not that far off of third, and third is wide open. So the pressure starts to then mount because you feel like, well, if we keep playing well, we don't have to then necessarily worry about what the other teams are doing. We're still close enough that if we just control what we can do, then we can still be a really solid chance. They've got a decent compound, they've got vehicles, they can hide some of those as well. And we kind of just have a quick glance at the map as well, and it has just very much centered up here for phase 2. Complete donut, and almost every single team is in this phase 2 circle. No late rotates, no one pushing on the edges outside the circle. They are all basically in. T1 and Ignis, the last ones to kind of come in. T1 playing on that north side. But it is a very congested phase 2 circle. There's not a lot of room to move, and PO gets knocked down by Ricky D. That fight happening over towards Ho Hyang in the main city, and Flame has now also been knocked down. The nade by Kim Jun and Gen G. Their night to night, absolutely full reversal from night 1. They are really struggling to have any kind of ascendancy in a similar fashion to what they did yesterday.
Yeah, to make matters worse, they lost Tosi earlier on, and that was to a T1 kill. So you're giving points over to your next best competitor and also making your chances in this game a little weaker. Flame doesn't really look like he's likely to get revived here. It seems as though Bean and Orca are just going to group up maybe as a duo and try to salvage this game in some way, shape or form. Orca's going to go down as well, so Bean going to have to do it as a solo. Gen G just did not find their place in the world here. Talked about that early E-pickup rotate that they made, but it wasn't ultimately a rotate into a late game position. It was more of a rotate into a rotate position, if that makes sense. And they still kind of ended up just sort of wandering around looking for somewhere to hold up, and unfortunately, it seems, never really ended up finding it.
Still a minute till phase 3, but I can't imagine we're going to see a lot of movement here. Unless there's any close contact fights. Fairy's just made it himself alive for Kim Jun to get over and pick him up. So we'll be 3 up for If You Mind Game. Currently second last now. Only 4 placement points. Not the only ones. And it was a conversation I had yesterday about D plus Kia, as well as Heather too is just barely going to be able to stay alive for Raining to get over close by to Ignis. But D plus Kia have only got 8 placement points, despite now being in 8th on 49 points total. So they've got 41 kills, which overall would put them in actually tied top 3, 4 kills, but the placement points have just let them down. Raining's going to be able to get the revive, and they can get out of dodge, and 3 kills is fine for T1 despite losing a player. And the circle pot for phase 3 does make its way in slightly a little bit more south and a little bit more to the west. So away from that T1 Ignis area and closer towards Ho Hyang. And it's right dead center for FN Pocheon.
Yeah, maybe they start to come back in the conversation. 2-2 split for them. 1 kill in the belt there for Rex so far. Phantom Hearts are hearing Eagle Owls on their rotate past, but still are not in a position to fire off any shots, nor the rest of Phantom Hearts. So Eagle Owls this time at least going to be safe on that initial rotate. Roy Ooh, hang on. He's on top of the building that Eagle Owls have pulled up at. And so that's already some pretty big information here for Phantom Hearts. They're going to start to think about the possibility of maybe making something happen here. Hush as well. Sort of that late rotate may run into Hammer. So this gets a bit interesting. Yeah, this is getting very awkward indeed for Eagle Owl. Stella. Big spray, big whiff as well. And eats some damage back in response. That helmet looking a bit worse for wear as well. So Eagle Owls on their merry way. This is the time to strike as Roy, though. He's going to make his move, but doesn't spot them on the way out. And so unable to punish. And, oh, never mind. Breaker stuck around. And so Roy will get the better of him. And that is 1 down for Eagle Owls. Phantom Hearts striking at first. They will, though, lose Deva to some shots in the back there from Barpo. And this is starting to get pretty chaotic up on the northwestern side of the map now.
Well, a double knockdown for Eagle Owls is just continuing to be an awful, awful night for them, where they've essentially gained like no points. They have been totally irrelevant.
He's holding
Big knock from Hush. Hammer, can he crawl away?
Oh.
He can crawl away. He stays alive, but Stella and Roy are not really close by for the quick res. And they will go for the flushes, and Hush now does get tagged, and they're looking to finish him off. And Eagle Owls, well, the night just goes from bad to worse for them. A team that was certainly in contention, top 3 by the end of night 1. They had a really good night overall. But night 2 is just not going their way. They have been unable through the opening 3 games to really pick up any kind of points. They have just done basically nothing. They've stayed stagnant, and teams have leapfrogged them, and they may continue to be leapfrogged by the end of this game. If they're not careful, they need to get going, or they could lose any kind of hope going into day 3. The gap then might be too much. If they're going to continue to play like this, especially, they're going to need to really pick their form back up. 3 for KXG at the moment, and the circle has not been kind to them, continuing to move away from what was once a very solid early game position. So 5 seconds until phase number 4. T1, by the way, who are north side of the zone, are now hard south side of the zone. They've gone for a huge wrap, and we'll see if it has paid dividends somewhat. Yes, we've gone very far west shift, away from some of the main POIs. The ones that Ignis have got their compound, Ho Hyang as well, is no longer in. Huge split for Divine. They control a lot of territory for this phase 4 pop, but look at the south end of that. The 3-man of T1 can rotate in behind them.
Oh, Sungchung's actually hit one. He's actually finished off SGA there. I was just thinking those mortar shots seem like pot shots, if anything. But he's finished off Zephyros there from SGA. So he'll take that. An extra point in for Bago Park. Catchy with the knock on to Hammer. Oh, Phantom Hearts, who were up in Buksan Sa, still have to make their way out of that little setup. I'm going to have to go past or through Damwon. I keep saying Damwon. D+. They're going to have to go through D+. Yeah, that's not going to be ideal. Everybody's starting to make their way in. I mean, look at this. Hammer low, still out tagged up by the blue at the moment. And Fencia even trying to put a little bit more of a headache over there for Phantom Hearts as he
T1 getting watered off.
Vehicles. And T1 are indeed turning back around, so they're not going to head in the direction of Divine. But where are they going to end up? It might end up just being a crash in onto the position that FN Esports is holding up. They've got themselves a little defilade to play there. Raining still yet to join them.
I don't know if FN can really push into T1, because then Divine will have good sightlines on them. So Divine will FN Percheon will just hold. So this might work out really well for T1. Raining hasn't quite got with the other two, though. He's a little bit stuck closer towards Divine. I'm not sure if his tires got popped or what's happened, but he is not in a vehicle as of right now. And KXG rotating. They're actually backfilling behind T1. Rex spotted, so that's what I'm talking about. You know, Rex kind of just pushed down a little bit for info. They've got to be careful. Yeah, there is Raining stuck at the rock. I'm not too sure what happened to his vehicle. And Hala's watching, and Hala senses an opportunity to strike, and that's a big knockdown. T1 have also just lost a couple, and they will get wiped out. Rex did push down, and he will be able to benefit. Divine had actually got eyes at that moment on to Raining, so that meant that Rex had less eyes on him, and he was able to push down, and T1 send will not work. I think they only got the 3 kills from this game, so certainly leaving some points on the table. And Bean is a solo for Gen G. So the top two teams aren't just going to continue to run away with things, Jordan. They're going to, of course, maintain those top two spots, but it's not like it's a massive gap by any means.
KXG in the wars here. Just going to duck their heads down for the moment. Bean is still alive. I want to see what he can do, but I'm not sure that he's going to be alive for too much longer. Ricky D getting knocked there in that kill feed. Zone shift does come through once again, pulls away from Oh Hyung. And that will keep D plus Kia pretty happy. FN Esports as well. Divine setting themselves up pretty nicely down on the south side in a set of buildings. Bean eventually going down to the blue. So Gen G not getting too much out of this game once again. That gap closing for sure.
Yeah, I'm not certain Bean's gonna. Well, is he already out?
He's dead. He just died.
Yeah. So I mean, for Gen G and T1, they do have a small gap, which is, you know, close to, let's just say, if you wanted to round it up in their favor, you know, it's like 19, 20 points. That's not a lot.
No.
And now it's an opportunity for, you know, your Aslas, Esports from your FM, like FM Potion. This is a game where you got to get points. You know, this is the game where you've got to get points. Obviously, for Eagle Owl's already out, Hasler already out, and for those two, it's really disappointing because this was an opportunity to close to that gap of the top two. Superstars go out as well. I think their time here for this qualifier is looking more and more unlikely. But Esports from, of course, they won game one tonight. They didn't do anything else. Solution's still up, but I can't imagine he's going to get a whole heap of points. So it's really those teams that are directly below Gen G T1 also not really doing much. So this is more like 6 to 10 now, starting to really rack up the points. FM Pocheon benefiting a lot from the way that this game is transpiring. They haven't had to move. They got the double kill because of Rex earlier. Ignis is starting to push in and encroach just north. D plus Kia as we hover over them. 4 players up, Jordan. Placement points have been their issues, and they're starting to gain them now because they're in the top 8 as Divine, that we just saw earlier in the bottom left, have wiped out the rotating KXG who were coming in towards them. They've defeated them really quickly, really easily. Gimjun's a solo down that area. A Solution, the solo for Esports from, is going to be able to knock down Park Pro, but Akan there for the trade down to 7 teams.
Yeah, interested to see what D plus Kia can put together, though. They've got 4 players alive. They seem like they've got a fairly stable position here on the northern side of the zone. Yeah, Phantom Hearts are going to be a little bit of a problem, but D plus Kia don't have to move in the immediate future. Yeah, hearing those rotates. Roy just going to go past. He's kind of just sending it center. Gives a bit of an indication as to what the mentality is going to be here for Phantom Hearts. If they can avoid a fight with D plus Kia, I think they're going to do that. Because it's not exactly a fantastic position for them to be in either. There's not a huge amount of cover for those guys to play with. In fact, I'd actually argue that it's a little more comfortable here for D plus Kia just because of the way that the hills are rolling. That's not ideal. Kachi getting shot in the back by Ignis. D plus Kia did get themselves a knock onto Phantom Hearts earlier on in the piece, so no pressure coming from that direction at the moment.
Only the 1 kill for D+. So this is a complete change up for the way that they've been playing this tournament. Hot, heavy, a lot of fights early. And Jangu knocked down early by Roy. And Kachi does get one back onto Stella. You got to take this fight now against Phantom Hearts. Try and claim this north side circle space. And Barpo is really pushing out wide as well. He's right in behind Phantom Hearts and could collect some points and does do so. He gets the kill onto Stella. The knock as well then to follow on to Hammer. And in the end, a couple of teams get wiped out in quick succession. FM Pocheon do not make top 4 from a very key position. They lose that battle against Ignis, who are making maybe their last stand here in a game like this. They're dead last coming into this game. If you're going to try and have any chance of qualifying, you've got to do it from here onwards, and they're so far doing it in this one. 7 kills for Divine, top 4. Huge performance for them. When you take into account they're 10th coming into this game, 45 points. This is going to see them get much closer to a top 3 position. D+ as well, finally making a late game scenario. I think this might be the first time that we've seen D+ make top 4. But for Ignis, high ground advantage, 4 players up, 5 kills. The team dead last at this tournament. Finally having a good game. Finally, it's all clicking together. But they got 2 really strong teams still to wipe out in Divine and D+ Kia. Soul at the shack, spotted by Infencia.
Oh, we saw how hot and cold, black and white Ignis can be from round 1 to round 2 of the EWC qualifier. They were dead last in round 1. Then they topped the leaderboard in round 2. So, you know, maybe a bit of a momentum-based team where when things start to go right, they can go really right. And this could be the start of something for Ignis. It would be the comeback of all comebacks if they were able to actually manage to make this happen here for what essentially amounts to stage 3, I guess, round 3 of the EWC qualifier. But it's got to start somewhere. And as you say, it needs to be this game. They've got a very good opportunity ahead for themselves. But still a couple more zone shifts to come into play, phase 7 and 8. And that could really cause a problem for Ignis. There's not a whole lot of hard cover here at all. In fact, their cover is limited at best. Everybody has good sightlines in on this hill. If they get pushed out, it is going to be a tough rotate for Ignis. And that, honestly, could be the deciding factor between them finishing in 3rd or 1st in this game. Oh, great shots.
And wicked knocked means that for D+, it's going to be far more difficult to probably get themselves out of this 3rd spot. I think 3rd is probably all they're going to get. And it's not like it's been a big kill game either. And Divine are going to be a team that's very happy with this performance. But can they finish it off? Wicked does get brought back up. Again, only the 2 kills for D+ Kia. North side, do they think about just fighting Ignis? But Ignis are 4 up. I don't know how you really push towards Divine's location here. And Soul's shack is no longer inside of the circle. Does have the deployable shield. Divine do not have to move. Ignis will though. So maybe D+ Kia are just thinking, if we can just try and wait this out, Ignis have to come down. And if they start to push down that hill, Divine will get involved, we can get involved, and that could be then top 2 for D+ Kia. Barpo has good sightlines towards D+. Wicked and Catchy are the ones that have to think about, where do they go?
Yeah, Barpo's position is a pretty painful point for D+. If they would be able to play that ridge, there's a little bit of room that they could work with, but I think Barpo is going to prevent them from doing that. So this may just be a game of who moves last, although I see Ignis have already just sort of sent it into center. They've got a little bit of a window of safety. And it's time for Agnes to try to get there as well. Down to 37 HP already. There's a chance he gets pulled off on this rotate, but this bowl is going to be an absolute lifesaver for Ignis. Smoke's now going up for D+, and they at least don't have to worry as much about Ignis. Now that that rotate has come through, they can backfill into some of that space for the moment, though. Blue pushing at their back is going to mean they're going to have to link up probably on Soul. Everybody's surviving for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite staggering that we haven't really seen any deaths in the last 3-4 minutes. Now, credit to D+ probably more than the other 2 teams for, you know, managing a tricky situation. They've been in the worst spot. I mean, Divine have not had to move. Ignis only just had to move forward a little bit and have taken some good space on this hill. The terrain very helpful for them. This is where Divine might start to get a little nervous that Premier and Infincia have actually started to wrap all the way in towards Haller's position. And look how far back Barpo is. He's been keeping tabs on D+. So how much help can he really provide from that position? Maybe a little bit. A tag onto Infincia. Final frag grenade for Haller. This one might be decent. No, just fell short. And Premi's nade did end up landing. One molly as well. This is where you got to be very careful with your utility. And D+ have ended up wrapping in behind Ignis. Agnes got caught at the back. D+ have made their move. And that's going to pull attention. Darmin comes back to throw some smokes to try and help out Agnes. But I don't know if you're going to get over there for the revive. I don't even know if you want to get over there for the revive. Blue making its way in as well. As we head in towards phase 8. Big nade from Darmin though, and it does land on Takachi, who was trying to find an angle to get the flush onto Agnes, and he loses his life. Soul and Wicked must push forward and continue to take this fight now. They have to take on Darmin.
Real chance for Divine to start to make some moves now as well, but they are just sitting pretty. They are looking at this kill feed thinking D+ and Ignis are fighting one another, taking one another out just for us to come through and sweep away the victory. Barpo starting to come over now though, and that will signal the intentions of Divine. Start thinking about getting involved in this fight.
Good spot. Really, really well played from Wicked on the angles here of these smokes. And Darmin was just trying to play off of it. The 11 HP. Just got to stay alive here. Has a med kit, so he can go back to full HP. Now Wicked is saying, Divine, can you push up? Can you deal with these two members of Ignis? I'm not going to win anyway, but at least I could maybe get second. Wicked, though, gets involved. Knocked down onto Invencia, and Divine now all but certain to probably win this game, but D+ do go out in third after all, despite all their best efforts. And boy, were some of their efforts really good, but they had too much to do, and in the end Divine will take the win here on Tago. Just what they needed to start getting things going here on the road to EWC. They were in 10th coming into this game, 45 points, and with this win they are going to be probably close to top 5, Jordan, and they're going to be right on the doorstep of top 3.
Yeah, to start, definitely they've got to keep it up, but at 45 points coming into this game, a win like that one is certainly going to get them back into that conversation, particularly with a lot of those other names that we highlighted getting knocked out a little bit earlier there on Tago. D+ here, though, in the conversation as well. They'll jump up. Divine will jump up. And I wonder how much Ignis gets out of that. Probably not enough to really get them back in to any meaningful level, but it's better than nothing. And so it's definitely feeling a little bit more of an interesting day here on day 2 rather than what we saw on day 1, which kind of was feeling like a bit of a foregone conclusion in a lot of instances. But here it's like parity all over the place. Randomly, you're getting wins from, or close to wins from teams that are literally sitting at the bottom of the standings. So we'll take that. I think if Ignis was a slightly stronger team, you know, they might have actually closed that one out with a win, but just got stuck a little bit between a rock and a hard place. Couldn't necessarily win their duels up against D+. Divine obviously comes through with a real walk in the park of a victory, frankly, but you'll take it. A win's a win at this stage of the competition, and Divine do need a couple of them.
Yeah, all of last night we only had 3 different winners, and now already through 3 games tonight, 3 different winners, which is really good to see and goes with the parity that we're talking about. And also the winners, Esports From and Divine, maybe less so SGA, are all very much in a good position when it comes to now fighting for top 3. That's a huge result for Divine. They had a very slow start to yesterday, but it really starting to feel like they've got a good handle on this lobby now, heading into the final 3 games tonight here for night 2. Short break. On the other side, it's Rondo. Well, it feels like Divine's starting to really get their mojo going, but I kind of had a look at the leaderboard, Jordan, which, while it hasn't updated from Game 9, does show that Divine have actually only missed top 8 twice so far throughout these qualifiers. So they've been very consistent, but it feels like with that win there on Tago, it's now a matter of reaching new heights to gain some extra points to close that gap to the top 3, and certainly with that win, they would have done so. Now a team to really watch out for, in contrast to teams like Asla and Eagle Owls, who are very much sliding down as a result of poor performances to start here on night 2, despite being so good on night 1.
Yeah, this is definitely a much more interesting looking match schedule than what we had yesterday. I mean, so far at this point, we would have had 2 wins for Gen G. We were about to get into our third there on Rondo, but definitely taken a bit of a pace change as far as Gen G is concerned. I think a couple of teams have been consistent, though. I mean, T1 is definitely one that I would mention. I think in terms of consistency as well, you can throw in that Divine mentioned too. But I think for me, again, T1 just being a team that can keep that scoreboard ticking over has been what's been super impressive for me. And now we're at the halfway point, though. So start doing that math. Start thinking about teams that you're going to cut off. And Ignis would have been the first team that we would have thought about had they maybe not had that little run just at the back end there of Tago. Now they're going to maybe do enough to jump themselves up into 15th. I'm not sure. It was quite a gap. It was a 14-point gap between them and 15th. So that's going to still take quite some work to overcome in any significant fashion. And even with the work that Ignis put in there, I'm not sure that that's going to be enough. So I'm starting to look at those teams that are maybe sub 30 points down. I'm thinking the highlighter's looking good. The black highlighter or the white out or whatever, that's starting to look good. You know, I pushed back on that conversation yesterday, Xenox, but I think we're kind of getting to that point now where, particularly because it's not a long format, because there's only 9 more games now, you are very much out of the running if you don't get it going right now.
Well, I mean, that's the thing as well. You're kind of talking about extrapolating the results now that we're halfway through. And okay, well, 9 games to go. If you were to average 10 points a game from here, let's just say Ignis go and average 10 points a game from here, that's 90 points. So that would put them in a position where they're around that 120 to 130 mark. I don't even know if that actually gets you third, and that's really what you're fighting for now, is very much that third position. So your average might even have to go higher. Your overall average might have to end up being something like 12 points a game, which even the best teams in their respective regions can sometimes find difficult to do that. So if I'm going to be honest, if we wanted to be super blunt, super brutal, there's definitely more than enough teams at the bottom that I'd be happy to say aren't going to be capable of reaching top 3. But as is the case with PUBG, where, you know, the mathematics behind it all does suggest that, yeah, they could do something quite miraculous and mathematically are still alive, it's hard to actually, you know, go ahead and completely cross them out. But I would say with Rondo and Erigel to come tonight, this is very much that position now where it is do or die. You know, if a team like Ignis go into Rondo, get 0 points, go into Erigel, get 0 points, yeah, you very much can then, you know, throw them out of this lobby. Updated scoreboard here. So Gen G, T1, both currently tied, and then Divine have actually now gone and slipped up into 3rd place, which is a huge jump for them. Again, as I mentioned before, Jordan, like, they've been very, very good throughout this tournament so far. Only twice have they missed top 8, and finally, though, put together a real big performance. So it's really, really impressive to see them kind of jump up. Asla Pentagram is still around, but Asla Pentagram, most of their points are still really from night 1. F and Pocheon finding to get, you know, finally starting to get a little bit of consistency. D plus keep kind of creeping up, and Eagle Owls have dropped all the way to 8.
Wow.
Eagle Owls have really struggled tonight. I think they've only picked up 1 single point, like 1 or 2 points, and that's it. And that's seen them go from a top 3 team after night 1 now down to 8. Of course, based on their current points, they're still in a position where if they can refine some of their form, they're not far off it. KX Gaming, Star Balloon, Bagapa, Phantom Hearts, I'm prepared to say, like, from 12th and up, they can all still very much get a top 3 finish. If I'm going to be very blunt, I think Superstar, SGA, If You Mine, and Ignis, it's going to be very difficult, even if mathematically it's not the worst gap we've ever seen, being, 30-something points. You've still got 9 games to go. That's not impossible, but have we seen enough form in-game to suggest they're capable of that? I don't think so, but certainly no permanent marker out yet.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with you in terms of 13 to 16 being a pretty difficult shout. Not, like necessarily because of the numbers quite so much as it just doesn't feel like those teams are quite on the same level as some of the other teams here. I mean, even Bagopar, right? Like, they were pretty rubbish yesterday, but they have managed to put a bit together today. They've gotten pretty deep into a couple of games, and you're kind of getting the sense that there may be still something sort of bubbling away in the background for Bagopar. If it really hits critical mass, they could put something together, but I don't know that I feel the same for the likes of, say, Ignis, for example. Like, that last game probably should have needed even to be a win, and it wasn't. So that'll be something that may come to haunt them later on down the track. We'll keep an eye on test track here for the drop, by the way, because that was where there was a couple of teams in close proximity yesterday. It didn't end up coming to blows, but it looks like we're going to see the same. Eagle Owls and EFM just dropping over on test track, and I imagine they'll just have that handshake agreement to kind of walk away with one half of test track each, but you never know. That good from Asla down early. That'll be fantastic news for Divine, who are now, as you've mentioned, third place over Asla, just sitting above them by 2 points. This is going to give them potentially a little bit of a boost here into game 4 of the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, not ideal. You can, as 3, have a good game. I always say it. Now you just kind of change your mindset a little bit. You just go for late game. You don't overthink it. Just play for late game. Don't go for fights. See if you can get center positions. Weird circle here on Rondo, though. Far out towards the east in the half split between the sort of desert area and the grassland area. F and Pocheon towards Mayren in a good spot. You can see the circle there right now. A lot of teams are going to have to be thinking about moving early to get into this kind of circle. Ignis, good game in the last one, but talk about a horror circle for them in terms of rotate paths if they don't get an early E pickup. Superstars, SGA, Ignis, especially with the first 2 that I mentioned around Jadina City on the south side of this circle. This is it. This is where you've really got to start collecting some points. You got to close that gap. Think of it as like you got 3 games to go tonight. Let's just say you're around 30, 35 points behind top 3. You've got 3 games to kind of close that gap down to at least 20. Otherwise, if you're going into 6 games tomorrow night and you're 35 points behind, I mean, you're just not going to make top 3 because there's too many teams that are all going to be fighting for it, because really the gaps between 3rd to 10 is not really much right now. That's a lot of teams you would have to leapfrog and hope that they all have a bad night. It's just not statistically possible.
Not statistically, indeed. We're all about the numbers. So Ignis will be one of those teams that we do have to really keep a keen eye on in this game, and unfortunately that zone shift is not going to be too favorable for them at all. One would hope that they're going to be able to just spend a little bit of extra time here looting and come in pretty well stocked, because it is going to be quite the pitched battle for Ignis to try and go deep in this game. And Fancy is on his bike. Off we go. But yeah, look, I mean, again, probably expecting fairly slow early games out of this one here on Tago. Tends to be a pretty big map, just in terms of the surface area that's available. Not a lot of water, not a lot of unplayable terrain in the same way that maybe there is on the likes of Miramar. So a lot of space for these teams to just spread out, take their time about the looting. And unless, someone gets caught in an awkward rotate somewhere around the map, you'd imagine we should probably have 63 alive from phase 2 into phase 3.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, unless it happens on the rotate, and because, again, Rondo, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm not a big fan of Rondo, just because the map is so large, and there's also not enough areas on the map that can create kind of dead zone areas based on the circle 1 pop, because there's water on the map, but it's not like large bodies of water outside of the south portion of Jadina City, which means wherever that circle 1 pops outside of that small area near Jadina City, it's going to be all playable. Whereas Erangel, Miramar, Tago, you can have these kind of fun circle 1 pops where it goes from fully playable to sometimes a 50% circle one pop that's, you know, not playable. Rondo doesn't really have that, which means you're going to see a lot of the slower starts. The one good thing about Rondo, though, is it takes a lot of elements of, like, you know, your Miramars and your Erangels, where there's a lot of trees, there's also a lot of hills, there's a lot of deflates, there's a decent amount of compounds, but not too many. Like, sometimes Tago probably can have too many compounds depending on where the circle is. So Rondo plays really nicely. Pretty much after phase one, you kind of get a normal game that plays out really nice. So it's not a horrible map by any means, but I just feel like the only thing it lacks is a little bit of that circle one fun that the other maps certainly can have. But it's going to be rather safe rotates, the south side, north side. I would imagine pretty much free entry points, which means I don't even imagine you're going to see, you know, too many issues for the teams coming in late. Center position is still got some vacant areas as well. And then the teams that do come in on the western front, which is where a lot of the teams are coming in, there's enough space for a lot of those teams. The only thing is like SGA out in the east, they're playing the eastern cliffs, which is all blocked off. It's really hard to kind of wrap in behind you. So that's a nice safe spot for them, at least for the time being, for SGA.
A bit of pizzazz. That's what you're looking for, I think, Xenox. That's the word. You want a bit of pizzazz. And don't know that we're going to be getting it necessarily at the start of Rondo here. But what I will say about Rondo is I think visually it's probably the nicest map. I kind of like the look of it personally. And the electrical cars, electric vehicles. I'm a big fan of that. You know, environmentally conscious, that's me. Elfish guy. Woohoo. Yeah, some rotates definitely starting to come in slowly but surely. FN set up in toward the center of the zone. But really, you know, we're not actually seeing a whole lot happen around the map. Every time we're jumping over to someone's POV, they're just firing a couple of shots off. You've seen it a few times. Players just shooting bullets into the ground, letting each other know, we're here. This is our compound. You don't need to come here because we've already got it. It's not necessarily deterring anyone in the sense that they're scared of taking a fight or anything like that. It's just like, well, why would we bother at this stage in the game if we don't have to?
Yeah, we were talking a little bit off air as well yesterday, and I've always held, like, whether it's controversial or not, I'm not really fussed, which is probably controversial. I've always held, I've been doing PUBG for 7 years now, always held the opinion that Circle 1 isn't necessary. And you can really cut out a solid probably 7 minutes of a game, 6 to 7 minutes. PUBG as an esport is so incredibly fun to watch. I was just talking to some people today about it, and they said, oh, you know, like the last 15 minutes of a PUBG game might be some of the best esports, if not the best esports action you're going to find across all titles. But then there's always that caveat of, oh, well, the first 10 minutes is boring. Nothing happens. And so then it's really hard to capture an audience for an entire game. And, you know, when I, like back in the day, 2018, I used to obviously do a lot of it on my own Twitch, and you would always see the Twitch numbers kind of just go up as you get closer to the end of the game. And I understand from a competitive aspect that, you know, you want time to be able to drop, loot, rotate, and there's all of these intricacies that do matter to the PUBG esport. But I do genuinely think you could have the same start, everyone, you know, drops down, loot location, and instead of circle 1 pop, you just cut that out, and the new circle 1 is actually circle 2 onwards, and you could save a solid 5-6 minutes. Speeds the game up, bit more action like we're getting right now. Guan finished off, Min knocked down. This is a rather intriguing fight that I wasn't expecting to see, considering we've still got another minute until phase 2, but I guess they've just gone for the same compound, and at this point they're so deep within these buildings that they're going to fight it out. That was a lovely sharp shot from AO to knock down Park Pro. Vegapunk coming out second best. AO gets rid of the final player, and Seong Jan going for the swing, and he's got 3 of the 4 of them. And Star Balloon essentially wipe out Vegapunk, and that tournament just continues to not really ever get going.
Yeah, unfortunately, I felt like today was a little bit of a better day so far for Vegapunk, but that one's going to have it sinking down pretty dramatically. Gen G, in the meanwhile, by the way, have got a player on the ground, been out in kind of no man's land. Flame going to try and do what he can to assist. And you have Orca flying over there in a car to try and get that revive. Barpo eating a few shots. There goes SGA. I don't even know what's going on there, but if you mind game is eliminated, SGA popping off a little bit. So a couple of teams down early on in the piece. which again is a little bit surprising considering the space that is available, but teams just jostling over the same compounds, coming to blows. Sunk cost fallacy, a little bit involved in that fight that we saw between Star Balloon and Baker, where they end up potentially having a chance to exit, but you're just like, well, we've committed to the fight now, may as well commit. Genji getting that reset.
When you're that deep, you probably do have to commit, right? I don't blame them for committing at that point. Phase 2 pop does go north, for what it's worth, so just north of Mayren. And Ignis coming in on the late rotate actually benefits the most from it. So they got the entire northern side of this zone to themselves. Asla close by to Gen G. And Gen G's had a rough night tonight, but there's no Daku. And Daku's been one of the better players for Asla Pentagram. And it is towards the center of this phase 2 circle as D plus Kia, finally with a decent placement point performance. Top right in the kill feed. How with a double nade knockdown onto Orca and Tosi. But the response is pretty swift from Gen G. And only one up now standing in Glaz because they were down a player. So Flame and Bean versus Glaz. Glaz just commando crawls slowly towards the vehicle and just says, at this point, the best thing you could have done is take out Tosi. And Orca was just able to stay alive. Otherwise, that could have been a 2-man Gen G. And Bean is going to be able to get this revive. No. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Enfincia with a last second tag. So Gen G get the 3 kills. But what I was going to... Oh, never mind. They might be cooked here, Jordan. They've only got 3 kills. Talk about no placement points. And there goes Bean. This is amazing for T1. And amazing for the entire lobby. Exactly that nade from Glaz. While they die, it's like, we're taking you with us.
Yeah, T1 capitalizing on that opportunity, sensing the chance to get in.
Look how many teams are here.
Position. This is craziness. This is wild. This is what you're talking about. This is the phase 2 pop. We could have had this 5 minutes ago. And it's starting to really get wild. T1 now have Heather on the ground, and they are essentially, I think, fighting for their lives. This center position, I mean, it's nice later on in the game, but right now, so many teams starting to look in on this. And it's not going well for T1 at all. Raining missing a couple of shots there. EN will be finished off. Type will be finished off. Raining will be finished off. And T1 will be finished off. So Gen G,
the top 2 out again.
No, Flame's still alive. Flame, you can see.
Well, I mean, he's still alive, but he's not going to get much more from here, right? So, like, they're not going to have a big game. You're right that they're still in it, and T1 are out. But it's going to be 2 games again in a row where the top 2 are just not really continuing to sponge up the points the way that we kind of saw Gen G do it yesterday. And that's why the gap now is really not that much. When we saw the leaderboard earlier, Gen G and T1 both coming into this game tied on 82 points. And T1 basically get nothing. Gen G, they pick up 3 points and that's fine. But now if you're looking at like Divine could actually, if they have a big game here, on Rondo, and they've got a good position inside of the circle, you can suddenly close that gap to single digits. Like, that's crazy to think about, considering at one point Gen G was so far out in front. Gen G's only picked up, so far tonight, I think about like roughly 10-ish points through what will be 4 games now. Like, he's picked up 74 yesterday.
Yep.
They're out. There you go. So 3 points in this game puts them to 85. They had 73 coming into tonight. So, 12 points through 4 games. Huge drop-off.
That is the nature of the beast sometimes with PUBG. Sometimes PUBG giveth, sometimes it taketh. And today it has definitely taken away from Gen G a lot of that momentum that they had yesterday. But, I mean, that is also the benefit of having a day like yesterday in that, they've had a shocker of a day today. If this was day 1... they'd be on 12 points and be like, these guys have got no hope. There's no way they're going to EWC. But still, they're actually at the top of the standings. So, there's the danger of a smaller format as well with only 18 games, over the longer term. Those 6 games from yesterday wouldn't amount to as much impact. But because it's a third of the games that you've got to play, they have actually picked up a huge chunk of points that is going to be enough potentially to get them through to EWC, even with a really bad day today. So it's a conversation for tomorrow, probably. For now, zoning back in on on Rondo, as phase 3 has just popped and it's gone south. So teams like FN Esports and Mayran, who have not had to move so far, will not have to move, and they are trying to sit pretty and take this one deep.
And it means for teams like SGA and those teams at the bottom, the only reason why you don't really cross them out as early is because the teams at the top are not quite just soaking up all of the points. D plus Kia, yeah, they've lost Kachi, but they've got 2 kills. And I was having a look at some of the player numbers in terms of like individual statistics throughout the 9 games that we've seen. And coming into this game, it's actually FN Pocheon's Rex that has the most amount of kills in this lobby, but right below him is like 4 or 5 players that are all on 16 kills. Kachi, Ian, Django, and Type. So 2 from D plus and 2 from T1. Again, that's been the strength of D plus Kia throughout these qualifiers so far, are their kill points. It's the placement points that have kind of let them down a little bit, but certainly had a better, end towards game 8 and 9, where they're starting to at least, it was what, 5th in game 7. They had top 4 in game 9. So they're getting a little bit better. A 4th in game 5. So as the tournament's gone on, they have progressed a little bit more into the deeper portion of these games. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it here with just the 3 players. Caught just almost on the outside of that smoke was Gomp, who is continuing to get peppered, crawling through that bridge. Lua's going to be finished off by Sol. There's another point for D plus Kia. They are starting to really climb towards a top 3 position.
They're looking for more. They're definitely looking for Gomp. Django hanging around on that bridge as well. I mean, this bridge seems absolutely cursed. Just look at the carnage that has happened around it. We had T1 go down. We had Gen G go down. We had whoever Gen G was fighting initially. I can't even remember at this point. Now D Plus getting some points in there as well. I mean, it's just a mess. Messy area of the map, and it's going to continue to be so because Ignis are coming down from the north. SGA as well rotating past. Zone shift comes through. Phase 4 continues to go south. It's going as far toward Mehran as it possibly can, and this is again and again looking more and more likely that FN Esports are going to walk away with some big points out of this game.
Yeah, and obviously we saw them start really well yesterday and then had a huge drop-off, but because of the platform they kind of set themselves, they're still now in a really good position heading into these kind of later games. 5th right now, 58 points. If they can convert this game, suddenly they could be back in that top 3 position by the end of it. Divine, though, losing Wonderful. Hammer on the other side of the smoke. Barpo can't spot him. He's just trying to check the close fence line. Halla throws out the blue zone nade. Daeon trying to see if anyone's going to come out of the building. Barpo now plays outside. Cops a nade to the face, but doesn't do a whole heap of damage. And Divine, I thought, had a really good position, but the phase 4 circle pop didn't go their way. Went further south, and now they found themselves out on this edge, fighting close to blue, having to scrap it out. There goes SGA. Despite a solid start to this particular game, they go out in 10th, only a couple of kill points, and that leaves them still towards the bottom of the standings. And Haller and Daeon will combine 5 kills for Divine. They go 3 players up as well, moving into the top 8, so they are getting some very handy points. For a team that's in 3rd, they are now closing the gap to T1 and Gen G.
And they're closing it with extreme abandon. That's interesting. Divine very quickly recognizing that Ignis is going to be in front of them, so they are going to just turn tail and try to set up. Ignis are hearing that rotate at the moment and keeping an eye on Divine's position. I don't know if this might be the end for Divine, to be honest. This looks like a real rough one for them. Just going to keep wrapping south as much as they can, but Ignis coming up over the top of this hill. The timing for all 4 of those Ignis members is looking pretty good, and are Divine aware of that? I don't imagine that they are. Now they're getting shot from Superstars. This is looking very bad for Divine.
I mean, at least they've gotten something out of this game. When, T1 got nothing, Gen G only got the 3 points. So it's still a good game overall in the grand scheme of things. Especially considering the circle really didn't help them this match. Ignis 4 up. They've got them surrounded. So this is right now for Divine. Can you just scrape another point or 2? And Haller driving on through. And Damien doesn't shoot straight away. Wants to let him get to that defilade. And in the end gets popped down from the rock due to Inspire from Superstars, who are also going to be able to then shoot at Divine. Yeah, there it is. EJ onto Barpo. So they got an angle on the south side of Divine. And I can't imagine Divine's going to be able to do much more in this game, surrounded by Ignis and Superstars. F and Pochi on him in Mehran are sitting very, very pretty. And finally, Eagle House, Jordan, for the first time tonight, have made a top 8 appearance, and they needed to get going at this point. They've slipped so far down the leaderboard. Big nade from Primi after the knock. Good follow-up. And Ignis picking up some very valuable points for a team that is on the bottom of the leaderboard. It could be back-to-back good games.
Hella still surviving for the moment in the vehicle, though. So we'll see if Divine can get themselves another placement point or two.
Straight to D+.
Yeah, not sure where you're going to pull up, though, that's going to be safe. That's the real problem here. It's a huge field, and Wicked will be gifted that point. So Divine do go out on 8th. They get the 1 placement point, but D+, as you say, a team that's also kind of hot on the heels of Divine, looking pretty strong in this game. Game 4 of the evening for the second day of the EWC Korea qualifier. One more day still yet to come. 2 more games today. Hush will pick AO up as he goes flying down the hill, and that'll be an easy finish. So Ignis putting together a couple of good games in a row. They were decent on Taego, now doing decent work here on Rondo as well. And look, I don't know that it's enough to necessarily get them up to a conversation point for top 3, but they are at least giving us something to think about.
Yeah, and that's all they can do right now, though. And it's still 2 games after this. 2 good games back-to-back, followed then by 2 more good games. And you might go into tomorrow night, let's just say around 50 points. That gap might be something like, you know, a solid 35, 40 points behind a top 3 finish. That's still a long way to go. But at least you're then still mathematically, like a good mathematically possible chance. And now you got 4 up, 7 kills. This could be the big game. Like if you're capable of getting like a 15 to 20 point game here, you're going to really rock it up, and your gap to top 3 might end up only looking like 25, 30 points with 2 games to go tonight. Do you see how quick you can close that gap? Sol with a big knock onto EJ. And Superstars, well, they found themselves now actually kind of get leapfrogged by the likes of SGA and Ignis, continuing to go down the leaderboard. They need a response here themselves. 6 kill for D+, another top 5. I mean, if there's a formed team in this lobby right now, D+ is certainly at the top of that contending list. They are looking very good as this tournament has continued.
Couple of shots in the direction of D+ here. Trying to keep their heads down. They are sandwiched. Ignis do, to an extent, have to be worried about Eagle Owls as well. But if they can clean up D+ Kia, they are going to be the kings on top of this hill. And it will certainly help them on their way into the next zone. 15 seconds, that blue is pushing at their backs. They're going to have to move their way down shortly. They're going to have to commit to one of these fights. Smoke's now getting tossed out. Rake's getting dropped by Janku, but that's not going to help out D+ just yet. They really do need to be worried about Ignis, and they've actually given a bit of ground. They've given a bit of space for Ignis to just sort of sit up above them in relative safety, while D+ try to survive on that low ground. Zone, again, going to continue to push Ignis forward, but they've got to worry about their flanks as well.
Ignis have been really, really hot. So I'm expecting them to be able to win this fight against the Eagle Owls pushing up a hill. D+ not in a position to third party, but it's Foxfur. He finds the knock onto Invencia, who's done some good things for this Ignis roster. Up close, playing contact, Dom in. But Eagle Owls not overextending, not really giving them an opportunity. And a nade from Hush onto Primi. And Ignis, well, their good run might be coming to an end. Eagle Owls have only got the 1 kill, but they're starting to make their climb up this mountain. Voxford gets rid of both Darmin and Invencia. Only the 1 up now standing for Ignis, and it's Agnes, and he falls it to Zenith. FN Pocheon, don't forget about these guys. They've got Mayran, they've got 4 players up, and they've got a good amount of points already on this leaderboard. Rex makes a good position. He flanks out towards the west. He's basically backfilled in Eagle Owls. Eagle Owls are now kind of stuck up north.
Stuck, but being given a moment of respite.
FN's got to win this. They have to win this game.
I think they should. Based on the positioning, I mean, there's 3 teams that are fighting for control of that hill, and then FN Esports take everything else. They've got Mayran, they've got the fields outside of it. They've even got a crate that's dropped right on top of the head of Star-Lord. So they should be well prepared. And honestly, at this point, FN, I think, are going to start to look for some kind of third party, some kind of involvement to just get a kill point here or there. D+ fighting hard, but there is Rex in the kill feed as well. Onto Hammer of Eagle Owls.
Yeah, they're pushing up. Look at Star-Lord in the minimap. He's starting to get involved. FN Pocheon feel like this could be their win, but also an opportunity to pick up a whole heap of points. These are 3 other teams that are all converging on the same position. This is exactly what you want if you FM Potion. You get the freedom to push up. Star-Lord, there you go. There's a pick onto Hammer. Another point goes their way. Not only are you going to win this game, but you're also going to get some kill points at the end of it because these three teams are fighting each other. Like, Break is obviously getting the smokes out because he knows he's getting pushed on by Rex. Or does he spot him? Yes, he does. Now, if you get that knock, he's going to be dead. But no, Breakers can't win the fight. There goes D+, another 4th position. But another good game from them as well. They're just continuing to tally the points up. Superstars with one last real opportunity. 3 players up, a little bit of respite. Eagle Owls are getting pressured by FM Potion.
Superstars still trying to fight for it. They're in a bit of a better position than Eagle Owls. Out comes the P90 for EJ, and there goes Eagle Owls. They just get farmed. Rex picking up one of those points for FN Esports as well, and it is 4-on-3 as we head into the final 2. FN, who have far better control of this zone, but one mistake could swing this back in the favor of Superstars, who are definitely hunting for a big game as well.
Looking for their first win since game 1, 4-on-3. Superstars looking for their first win and a chance to really get out of that sort of bottom echelon. And Star-Lord did a really good job to push up, but right now they don't have a lot of intel on Superstars. They know their rough location, but they don't have exact positions. The angle that Rex had before was more so to deal with Eagle Owls, less so to deal with Superstars, but he can continue to push up, and that's exactly what he's going to do. They leave Americano behind. It's almost like a fail-safe. If all goes wrong, he can still play zone. He can also make sure that EJ can't wrap down this eastern side. Blackwalk's going to grab the vehicle. They're going to try and go for this. Now, Americano should have an angle, but if they're driving quickly, they could make their way in, and this could actually be a way to open this game up. They make their way out. Americano by himself. Zenith could turn around and try and help, but they've made their way in. This is a 2-on-1. If you get a quick knock onto Americano, Superstars could still win this game.
They're going to try and have a crack. EJ out on the flank. Could still be a bit of an X factor as well. That's an interesting wrap from Superstars, but they kind of have to throw caution to the wind and try something. They know that in a straight up pitched battle, 3-on-4, they're just not going to win that. So Flash is going to go through here. Insfire causing a bit of a problem for himself there, actually. Does try to open up the entry avenues here for Blackwalk, who as of yet just has not found Americano.
Right there.
He is being very patient, isn't he? And he is surely going to get his opportunity in just a second. There goes Blackwalk. The flash goes.
There it is.
From Americano, and a flash in the pan for Superstar. It really was, as those couple of attempts just go falling by the wayside. And FN will pick up, again, their first win since game 1 of the EWC qualifier. But that is 2 for them. That is an 11-kill win, and it is going to get them right back in the saddle.
Yeah, decent effort. I think they made the right play, and it gave them the best opportunity to win. If they had have been able to get Americano, then it's a 3-on-3 with EJ in a pretty good wrap position as well to cut off any of those rotates on that more northern side. So, I mean, I think they made the right play. If they had just stayed on that hill, Jordan, they weren't going to win. And Americano was always in a really good position to kind of deal with that push. He played it really well. He didn't, he obviously tries to shoot at the vehicle. Okay, I don't get any knocks. I fall back. I play safe. I play a wrap position. They can't clear me. He's done that well. FM Pochi on their first win since game 1. A whole heap of kills that game as well. And it sets them up very nicely. I'm pretty certain they might actually be top 3 at the end of this one, going into what will be game 11 and 12, heading into Erenkel. And that parity continues. Divine and FM Pochi winning the last 2 on both Tego and Rondo sets both of those 2 respectively up very nicely.
Most definitely. A couple of games left on Erangel. We did see T1 win a game on Erangel last night, so let's just keep that one in mind. They might still continue to go rocketing a little further up the standings. If they can replicate that, we'll not have to wait too long. It is time for us to take a short break, and then we'll be jumping on to Erangel for our final 2 games of the day.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
So FN Pocheon get their second chicken dinner so far here in the career qualifiers, as they have started to, refine some form. They got the win yesterday in game one and then really cooled off straight away. But, well, they're not the only ones that have kind of refound some form. D plus Kira obviously looking really, really sharp over the last couple of games. Closed things well off yesterday. Divine's another team, Jordan, that's making some headway. And for Gen G and T1, they leave that door open, that there's still a possibility. They're not guaranteed top three by any means. 82 points apiece going into that previous game. For Gen G, they only picked up the 3 kills, so they'll only be on the 85. T1 will be on the 82, and as you can clearly see, the gap between third to 8 was essentially nothing. And with that win for FN Pocheon, that's going to see them go probably up into third.
Yeah, it's a possibility for sure, although Divine were able to get a couple of points out of that game as well. I'm not sure it'll be enough to stave off FN. Asla definitely falling down pretty substantially. Esports From definitely the same. Eagle Owls as well. So we're starting to get into a position, again, when all of these results start to get normalized, where those bigger name teams, the more established brands, the more established teams, the guys that have been around a lot, are over the long term proving to be the better teams. And it hasn't taken too long to really get there. We're now 10 games deep, and it's always a conversation around how many games do you need for a qualifier, or what's fair in a PUBG world where there is some elements of randomness involved. Well, yeah, by 10 to 12 games, it feels like we're kind of going to have a pretty I'd say expected result, and then coming into tomorrow, it'll be just who has that solid final day to actually lock in those last 3 spots. Teams down on the bottom end here, unfortunately, still not quite getting it going. Ignis are fighting hard today, but they just had such a deficit that it doesn't feel like they're getting anywhere. They're almost treading water. They're still in last place despite a couple of decent games here, but hey, at least they're getting something done. At least they're managing to make us say their name a few times, which is definitely better than yesterday.
That's what you want. Whereas on the flip side, I don't think we've really spoken too much about If You My Game tonight, right? So they've kind of dropped off a little bit. But like SGA, Superstar, Ignis, I feel like all 3 of those teams respectively have been fighting and certainly trying to at least go out in a blaze of glory. Phantom Hearts and Bagapa just above them on the flip side have kind of missed the memo of the middle teams performing well tonight, and so therefore they've really maintained the lower end position, which is really unfortunate to see for those teams respectively. And we head into Erangel match 5 tonight here for day 2, and really the next 2 games, it really just sets you up for night 3. Where are you at? Are you already in the top 3, controlling your own destiny? Are you just outside the top 3 and again somewhat controlling your own destiny? Or are you deep middle of the pack, or really towards the bottom, and you need a lot to go right tomorrow? And we're not just saying for yourself, but also that for the others to have a bad night too. Gen G, T1 have kind of been able to say to the others, all right, we're not locking up that top 3. It's not a guarantee. You guys have got more than just say 3rd place to fight for, and that's a really, really good thing, because it opens up this lobby where it's not just a case of, well, the top 2 have got it done going into night 3. I think irregardless of what happens here, unless Gen G and or T1, as Catchy should get away from this,
yep,
unless they both or one of them has, like, let's say they both performed really well in these last 2 games, even still I don't think the gap would be big enough they're guaranteed for night 3. So I don't think any team is going to be like quote unquote locked in or soft locked in going into night 3, which is really good.
Have a look at that zone shift though, Xenox. That is an absolute stinker. We're going to have to get some footage of that on the screen in a second here, but
yeah, but it's a Sosnovka Island circle though. It's almost too much. It's almost too much. So it's really like you almost want it to be a little bit more north, so you can have that kind of main island split, where then decisions get made a bit more aggressively. Whereas with this one, it's essentially just Sosnovka Island, but obviously towards the west of it. So you're not getting like Radio Tower, you're not getting Novo. And because it is so south, you can actually play South Millbase a little bit as well. That beachfront actually is pretty decent these days on the south side of Soz. Yeah, that's going to be a fun Sosnovka Island circle.
It is. I think we're going to see some interesting stuff, more so maybe on the rotation rather than once the teams actually get there. But just getting into position could be a bit of an issue. We're already going to start to see a lot of teams thinking about that possibility. FN from Primorska going over in a boat to Sosnovka Island. KXG have got themselves an e-pickup out of Lipovka. And you can see Staloon on your screens making their way over the Western Bridge at the moment. They are one of the first teams from the mainland to start making that crossover to Sosnovka Island and just immediately heading directly towards that western coast. So a lot of moving and shaking having to be done here. Begopar, I don't know if a massive split is really the play in a circle like this one. They've got Songchang down hard in the south. You've got Akan up into the north. Park Pro and Pio are trying to hold positions on the road just outside of Sosnovka Island as well. So it was like initially a 1-1-1-1 split. And I don't know that it was necessarily intended to be that, as opposed to maybe they were just looting there. But you got to be starting to group up here early on in the piece, because this Sosnovka circle, these are the ones that tend to get pretty chaotic pretty quickly. So you want to have your forces already combined where possible.
I would say the one caveat for like T1 Gen G, which both are really far away, is you can rotate in on the Milta Bridge. Because it's not actually in, you're not going to have to worry about getting bridge camped if you come in with the blue. Phase 1 blue doesn't really do a lot of damage anyway, and you know that based on the way that the Circle 1 is popped for Phase 1, most teams are going to want to play west of Mill Base, in Mill Base, play the crossroads, play the quads, maybe the yellows on the Lighthouse Bridge, and south and southwest of Mill Base, which leaves the eastern side rather open for entry. And then if that circle then rotates in towards Mill Base, you'll probably get a good position. So I wouldn't be panicking if I was those two teams. What I would be doing is very much just loot up, because you're probably then not going to get loot later on unless you get kills, and rotate in late with the blue coming in on the Milta Bridge. If you get an E pickup, that's fine, does the same thing, but I would also rather maybe just take cars anyway. We can kind of just see a little bit of vision here of the map and how south this circle is, of course, to Sosnovka Island. If you mind game, on the flip side, well, they're on that sort of more western path. They got to make a decision. Do you go for the quicker entry, which a lot of teams, sometimes what they'll do is just kind of get themselves to the north of Ferry Pier, just make your way in, sit the circle for Phase 1, see the Phase 2 pop, and then make the move. But then you're also prone to a potential bridge camp. And speaking of that, Phantom Hearts are just kind of holding out right now. But I don't imagine they're going to sit here for long. I'd be very, very surprised on either side of this bridge. It's not worth it. It's Phase 1. The circle's not in that area. It doesn't contain the bridge.
I think they might be taking a boat. Actually, Phantom Hearts there. Maybe they're concerned about a bridge camp. I don't know. Anyway, we'll keep up to date with that as we get more information. Ignis have lost Darmin to Starlord. It's already starting to... Yeah,
he's on the beach. He's done a little beachfront before the rest of his team. They're still making their way in. I'm watching it on the minimap on the south side beach. Ignis have got position, but Starlord has just crash landed and come on in.
Yeah, Starlord was very early on the rotate. You remember I was sort of mentioning FN from Primorsk right at the start of the game. Just as soon as that circle popped, he was already on his way. And that's important for a team that's going to be coming in via boat, particularly this late. You need to have some semblance of control of your landing position, otherwise you kind of just get farmed. So they send Starlord over early. Yeah, sacrifice a little bit of loot time for him, but he's able to get information as to where will be safe to pull up for the rest of the team, and they do secure 4 players on the Sosnovka Island there, FN. So they're continuing to play the game pretty smart. Phantom Hearts opting in the end not to go for the boat. Just still hanging. Actually, they did take the boat. Hammer took the boat over. So he's already across the bridge now. The rest of the guys are going to drive over by the looks of things. You can see Asler here will be taking the barge.
I mean, talking about
one
caution,
in no vote.
I don't know if they really needed to do it, but I think Hammer just did it to probably scout the end of the bridge, maybe.
Doesn't hurt.
Doesn't hurt. It's not like they're going to get sent to position. So, I mean, it's not really going to change anything for Phantom Hearts.
No, can't imagine.
Yeah. Look at the 3 teams still mainland, though. They're going for even more loot. Genji's over in Roshok now, looting up. T1's finally making their way out of Yaz, and they're going down the highway. If you mind game, still South George.
Yeah, I think Gen G kind of knows what type of game this is going to end up being for them.
They might have an
just,
E pickup. They might actually have an E pickup. If the fact that they haven't got moving just yet does lead me to believe they could have an E pickup and play it off of phase 2 pop. If you mind game have one and they've just used it from South George.
Yeah, they'll be in the blue for a little bit of that E pickup, but they'll be making their way in as that second phase does start to pop. They might have timed this pretty nicely here with the phase 3 pop.
Yeah, but I don't like where it's heading, though. That's the only thing. It's like very much west coast of Sosnovka Island, and there's a lot of players there. So don't be surprised if you see a couple of members from If You Mind Game get kind of shot out of the sky as they're parachuting down. I think like there's nowhere that's really safe because they might be thinking we'll go right to the end of it, pop out, go for the beach, but it's already occupied. Everything's occupied along that plane path of the E pickup unless they drop Ferry Pier.
Mm-hmm. T1 also calling the E pickup as well, by the way. They're out on the other side of the map, so we're going to have converging.
This is better.
Drops.
They can go to the yellows, which are vacant. So they've got something. Right. They can play the North Beach. That's all vacant. So theirs is a little bit better.
Yeah, I wonder if Ferry Pier is actually the angle here for If You Mind, but we'll have to wait and see. They're on their way now. Maybe just
surely
half a step too early for that phase 3 pop. I think what they've tried to do here, to be honest, is time it with the phase 3 pop so that they know where that phase 3 zone is going to go, and then they're going to jump out and try to find a position inside of that zone, which is what T1 are also looking for. So that'll be the angle for these two teams, which are now starting to fly in over Sosnovka Island. As the Pentagram hopping off of the boat, and they've got a bit of driving to do to get out of Novo, but pretty well stocked up. They spent a bit of time looting, so they should be pretty happy with the proceedings thus far. Phase 3 popping in a couple of seconds. And we'll get to see where that ends up going. Looks like it's, I think, just going to continue out toward the west.
Yeah, wow.
That is very much going to continue out west. And that is a very bad circle shift for a lot of teams. There's a lot of water still involved there. Again, probably 50% of the zone is in the water. Ferry from If You Mind Game thinking about where he's going to try to land. He didn't know there was players already in that compound, and
it's an awful pickup. It's an awful pickup.
Already farmed him.
I mean, literally everything I said that would go wrong has gone wrong. And, you know, you've got to be understanding what the circle zone is and where the positions that people want to take. And if you're going for an E pickup to come in on that western side of Sosnovka Island, you're kidding yourself if you think it's not just inundated with teams.
Yeah,
it's a really bad pickup. And T1 are probably going to follow suit. I think they might be landing on top of Begapa. So Begapa, are they ready for this, though? They should be getting knocks, like in the kill feed right now, and they haven't.
What?
They've just let them just hot drop in. Begapa are just completely not even watching.
2-2 split. It was a 2-2 split from Begapa.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're not watching. You can still have two people shoot people parachuting out of the sky.
Well, they didn't. So it's worked
very
out
lucky
for
T1. Yeah, absolutely. Very fortunate to have the 4 players up, get the 2 kills onto the freebies of Begapa, and you get position. What a wonderful E-pickup for them. And inverse for If You My Game, the complete opposite. Completely wiped out. Gen G, by the way, have also got a little reprieve because of this more northern shift, keeping Ferry Pier and the Lighthouse Bridge still in. They've rotated down with vehicles. So they'll be able to kind of just sit a little bit, wait and see what the phase 3 pop will look like. But crossing the bridge is not going to be fun. So I think Gen G is still in for a very, very tough game. You posed the question earlier in the pre-show tonight, Jordan, about Gen G not getting circles. How do they then go? Well, here's a really good test for them because they are in the worst spot out of everyone.
May still be playable for the meanwhile, but yeah, you're right. For now, the pain is still coming. Begapa receiving a lot of that pain. I mean, the problem with the E pickup as well, by the way, is that it's just impossible for you to scout, right? You can see what's happening while you're flying through the air, but you don't actually really have any advanced information on what any of the setups are going to look like. So you are kind of going into uncharted territory. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. T1 have actually ended up in a phenomenal position here, up on the high ground, fairly central in the zone. That is a massive, massive blunder from Begapa. And T1 with the 2 kills. Might even start to think about being the team at the top of the lobby after this game. Gen G I can't imagine. I can't really see them getting as easy of a game here as what T1 have got for themselves going forward. So I think T1 should be able to overcome that gap. D+ here, by the way, did lose a player to If You Mind game. They'll be a little bit less than pleased with how that ended up playing out. But, you know, a few points on the board, still locking down their position. It could be worse.
Yeah. I think it's Phantom Hearts, and they just continue to not be capable of picking up points tonight and losing ground on those top echelon teams. And T1 very happy. Gen G crossing bridge now, by the way. Driving on over, and Divine had kind of got a little gatekeep. They got a bridge camp set up. Barpo, wonderful. Now Howler's coming over as well, so I imagine we'll flick over to this rather soon. Phase 3 circle pop, and it's still over towards that cliff space, and it's so open. This is a horrible circle for these teams and players. Star Balloon in a good spot. T1 are going to benefit greatly with their E pickup. They're going to have a lot of teams that are going to want their position. D+ will sit pretty. But yeah, Gen G are very much cautious of the fact that Divine are on the other side of that bridge. They've had to just halt for now. No real contact between those teams, and Divine just got themselves a loot crate. Daeyeon has been able to pick that up for free. And here we do get to see Gen G trying to make their cross. Back in the old days, this wouldn't have been possible, and it would have been an absolute bloodbath, but Flame's been able to go on the right side. Now all four are going to come through. Barpo in from behind. That's a wonderful kill on to Tossi, and he is dead. That's one down for Gen G. The rest have made their way through for now. But where do they go from here? And do they lose anyone else? If you keep 3 alive, you could still have a decent game, but over towards Eagle Owls they go. Towards the beach, they head towards the north side. There's a bunker there. And they made it all the way around, and this northwestern part of the phase 3 pop is open. So they might get through with 3, and that's honestly not that bad.
I'll take that. I'll take that every day of the week if I'm Gen G. It's actually not even an awful spot. Although for the phase 4 shift, it will move away from the water. So yeah, it's probably out of the frying pan into the fire in a minute and a half. But it's a spot of solace for now. And Divine going to be moving their way in. It's a little bit less exciting on their behalf. They just have to walk up that hill, which is where Eagle Owls are waiting for them. SGA as well, keeping a bit of an eye on Divine at this moment. Ignis, unable to put together a third decent game in a row. So that'll be a problem for them as they will remain in 16th place.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Because you started so late in terms of picking up a decent amount of points. You didn't have room for error. I was saying it at the end of night 1. You can have maybe 5 to 6 poor games, but they kind of used all of those up so early. You know, if they had got another 14 points here in this game and then another 14 after, they could have been sitting, you know, around that 65-point mark, and that would have got them into the conversation. But now it's sort of like, okay, the gap is looking quite heavy. Hammer going to get knocked and then finish, but it's stolen by Orca. Hush too. Eagle Owls just... You know, like they're only 17 points behind third right now coming into this game. It's a very easy gap to overcome. Americano knocked, and he's going to die behind that tree. But yeah, Eagle Owls, we're just not seeing what we saw from them to start night number 1 come to fruition here for night 2. Daeyeon's been knocked down by Taxter. It's an absolute bloodbath. No surprise with the circle pops that we've gotten so far. And 5 seconds until phase 4. We imagine, of course, a lot of that water is going to be taken out as much as possible. So expecting a full-blown Eastern shift. Eating that nade is wonderful. Wonderful nade by Heat. And it collects. And that circle pop lands right on top of Eagle Owls and Gen G, who are fighting it out for this compound. Star Balloon are happy with this one as well. Flame has flamed himself, though.
Unbelievable.
Gen G are already down a player, so they cannot afford to lose any more here. Wonderful finished off. Flame as well by Fox for Eagle Owls holding strong in this fight against Gen G. If Gen G go out early here, again, another game without getting points.
Flame Molotovs himself. You couldn't write a better script. By the way, Divine fighting hard for control of this hill, and that is a great spray with the Groza from Daeyeon. Taxter down. Heat on the floor as well, and it looks like Divine might just be able to salvage the situation despite losing wonderful early on in the piece. They have brought back a couple of kills for themselves nice and quickly. They do have to move pretty quickly though, because that zone now pushing to the left side of Daeyeon, pushing him up the hill. He's got the backup, and it seems that they've spotted out Hain. Info given. SGA on the run.
I think it was Asla Pentagram. They too just have not really been able to find their best tonight. NG eliminated Fox for getting rid of both Bean and Orca, and Gen G with another poor performance. They had 73 points yesterday, Jordan, in 6 games. Well, they only picked up about 12 or so tonight in 5 games. Like it's literally the two ends of the tail. It's a super night and then it's an awful night. There's no in between with Gen G. And it leaves that door just slightly ajar to maybe being leapfrogged out of the top 3 by the end of tomorrow night. That could be the concern. If this form line continues into tomorrow night, I don't see them making top 3. So they have to refine their form. Game 6 to come, and then tomorrow night. Otherwise, it could be a disaster. Divine, more points, 5 kills. They're in 4th coming into this game, right behind F and Pocheon. So there's enough teams. It's not like there's only one team that's close to the top 3. There's enough teams that are close to both T1 and Gen G that they could both miss out if they don't keep performing.
Well, T1, I think are going to be sliding their way into first place after this game. This is just looking phenomenal for them at the moment. Still maintaining this high ground position, which they took more or less at the start of the game when they made that E pickup run in. And Begerpa could be here. Begerpa could be 4 strong right here in the position that T1 have got, but they didn't make that read. They didn't commit to the position. They had the 2-2 split, and they let T1 in. The door was left ajar. Is it really burgling or thievery if the door was open anyway? You know, was it really stealing if the door was open? That's what T1 will be asking. So we'll shift away from them slightly, though. So the work is going to have to actually begin here for T1. And they'll hopefully be aware of Esport from just underneath them on this southwestern side of this hill. Because that'll be a team that can pincer in onto T1's position. And if T1 are trying to push their way forward while EFM are coming in behind them, getting sandwiched, not going to be ideal.
And 20 minutes elapsed. Only one more team that gets eliminated that won't get placement points. Esports from not in a great position. And T1, that E pickup worked earlier, but no longer inside of the circle. And pushing down that hill's not going to be a fun time either. Now, the Star Balloon is set up really, really nicely here for this game. This could be their opportunity to kind of strike tonight. They were decent enough yesterday. They've been okay enough tonight that they're not really that far behind. A win here in this game, you know, kind of puts them into the same category as, you know, your Aslas, your D pluses, maybe your Divines, or at least closer to those kind of teams where you're knocking on that top 3 door. Only the 3 kills for T1 from this position. I think most of those coming from Begerpa, as Esports from going to send it into the remaining duo of Begerpa, and Pio putting on an old school performance. He's got 5 kills despite Seongjang and Arkan earlier not being aware of that E1 or that T1 E pickup. These two have at least gone on and made a decent game here for Begerpa. One last final stand into the top 8, bereft of kills, and T1 now have got to see that and go, well, how are we meant to push out of this position? We just saw Esports from try and send it. That didn't work for them. Where do we go?
Well, they don't actually have to push just yet. I think there is enough playable space on the top of this hill where they might maybe just be able to pop a couple of smokes up and hunker down for a second. But yes, later on, it'll become a problem. Ideally, what you're hoping for here is if you can wait out another 2 or 3 minutes, maybe some space is going to be created from other teams fighting. KXG definitely could open things up on their side. They're going to have to push in and put some pressure in onto Rex's position. Divine might get interested in that. Look over there. There may be some room on the western flank in just a second if T1 can hold on. Question is, how long can they actually manage to stay up there on that perch? 30 seconds until the next zone will be revealed. Low ground position here for Divine as well. They've had to fight upwards pretty much all game.
Yeah, but it's low ground's fine though. If you're the one getting pushed on, it's if you have to push up that it can be a bit annoying. So they know that, you know, like KXG have to kind of push down this hill, and as they do, it's really difficult to push down and also spot your targets at the same time, despite KXG having high ground. Hence the smokes, hence trying to just get themselves down a little closer, get a little bit safer. And a little fight here as Divine may actually sense this. Oh, I don't know if Divine really want to push up this hill to go for a third party. Yeah, Minuta's down and Comp has to go for the revive, but can you really make up that space to push up this hill? They're somewhat going for it though, and Dayon has been somewhat spotted, but Untop loses the battle. Untop was the one that started that fight, and Divine will indeed push up this hill, despite the fact it's pushing closer towards the blue. Hallas ended up flashing himself, trying to go for that flush. It doesn't matter though, Dayon able to do the work needed for Divine. They go to 8 kills, top 6. Their run continues here on day 2. It's been a fantastic night for Divine. T1 will push away. They don't want anything of it. T1 still have got 4 players up. Star Balloon's still in their compound with the phase 6 circle pop. D+ also compound still in, just barely.
T1 on the move. TN once again going to be put under pressure from the same angle they've been fighting time and time and time again. Smokes are going up though. T1 actually maybe not interested, just backing off a little bit. They took some space and now they're retracting that and moving back in the direction of End, who has got a bit of an angle in onto the setup that D+ Kia have got. They're actually inside of a building, so they can really just keep their heads down for the moment and preserve some resources, which will no doubt be valuable later on down the track. Eagle Owls manage a top 6, so that's some points, but don't know that we've really seen anything too out of this world from them. Outrageous again from them in this game, and not enough to really get us too excited about their chances of moving up the scoreboard all that much.
Yeah, I think T1's in a really bad spot now. Not an awful game, you know, considering they had to pick up to get here. They were the furthest team from the phase 1 pop. They've got 5 kills, top 5, you know, just kind of picking up some points. I'm pretty certain they'll go above Gen G now to claim top spot with 1 game to go tonight. Of course, we've still got tomorrow night's action, but you know, at least if they're not picking up super big wins or just super big point games, you know, they're still just keeping their points per game average at a pretty good level. And by no means are they out of it now though, because Divine have sent it into the compound of Star Balloon. They're going for the long-term play, which has allowed T1 to now actually kind of sit a little bit more quietly out towards this eastern open side. Been up close, AK turned away for a split second, but it doesn't matter. The turn back headshot onto Barpo connects. A teammate runs through. Luckily, he didn't keep firing. Barpo finished off, and Divine now down to 2 players. At least they're in this compound. 8 kills, but going out 5th here would be honestly not ideal. They have been fighting all game long. Dayon has been one of their top players so far in this match. Left corner check. Dayo's not watching the door. That's a quick double kill. 10 kills now for Divine, and Star Balloon have let them through the back door.
Divine, I mean, they might not just be getting let through the back door by Star Balloon. They might be letting through the front door by the likes of Gen G. If Gen G, oh my word, the Panzerfaust from Gunwon onto Hella. But I mean, Gen G have to be starting to get worried about seeing this from Divine and T1. Those 2 teams still alive in this game, still picking up points. And Gen G, as we've mentioned earlier, have had a bit of a shocker of a day. And see what Dayon can still put together here in the 2-on-1. The push coming up the stairs. Got a nade in hand. That's going to be awkward timing. Pulls out the Groza, tries to take the fight, but it might be too little too late, and it is. Star Balloon will finish off Divine in 5th place. Now the top 4. 4-3-2-2 for T1, D+, Star Balloon, and Beggarpa respectively. And, well, it feels like T1 are not necessarily a sure thing, but definitely going to be a very likely thing for a top spot in this game. And it'll be the same game they won yesterday. Game 5, first game on our angle. Once again, T1 looking to bring the goods.
Well, benefited greatly with the fact that Divine opted to go for the compound push rather than the T1 push. They've just completely benefited off of what another team decided to do. You didn't need to go to that compound in the end. Phase 7 didn't go there anyway. Divine will look back and probably regret that push, because if they had just kind of kept pushing in towards T1, yeah, they were down a player, but they could have still been in a pretty good position to win that fight. And T1 now, I imagine it's going to come down to them or D+ Kia. D+ need to start pushing out, getting involved. And there it is, Jangu, long range shot, big damage into Heather. So D plus have to feel like you're down a player, T1's got 4. We need to try and do something now, because if it comes down to a straight 4v3 and T1 are able to turn their attention away from Star Balloon to then D plus are going to have a really hard time. They need to push out. They need to get involved, try and wrap around this eastern side while Star Balloon is still up and right now target practice for T1.
Not that they really need it at this point, frankly. They've been on an individual basis some of the best players in this lobby over the course of these first 2 days of the qualifiers. Heather getting himself a knock onto Babbo. And Gunwan inside of that smoke. Probably not long for this world. Immediately, once that smoke fades, he's going to be done. Just chance even before that point. The grenades causing a real problem for him, and Heather's got a few more to send in that direction. Still one in the back pocket. Does spot him out over the side of that smoke, and that is going to be the end of Star Balloon at the hands of Heather. Now it's time to turn their attention towards D Plus career, and D Plus are very lucky to have only just now lost Django. He could have gone down even earlier. Soul and Catchy hiding behind the deployable cover, but realistically speaking, if that's the only cover you've got to play with, the blue is pushing at your back. If I'm DK right here, I am even potentially thinking about just giving this up to the blue, frankly, because this is a team that you're still trying to chase.
100%. Yeah, you give this one up. You 100% just give this one up, Dark Blue. This is one of those situations. You're not going to be able to... The only caveat being if you can get a point or two by getting a kill here onto Heather, you know, that could go a long way. But it's a 2v4 and you're trapped. You got no smokes, and I think that's the reason why they could never really push out. They just don't have the utility to do so, but hiding behind the Doritos isn't going to help, and they're not even going to go for a blue play. To be fair, the run back, the blue is still a decent distance away. They weren't ever really going to make it. T1, what a win. It looked like it was going to be a decent game. It was a topsy-turvy game for T1, because it looked like after that E pickup, they got such a good position for that game. And then as the circle kind of kept moving away from them, it felt like, are they going to be too far out in the open? Is it going to be a difficult game? And then Divine were looking like they might push in towards T1 at the end there, and they opted to then go for the compound push. And when they did that, it meant for T1, they were completely by themselves, isolated on that eastern side. And they just got to kind of just pick and choose their targets, and it ends up being a really good win. The team furthest away from Circle 1 wins the game on Sosnovka Island. The value of the E pickup and the way it changes modern PUBG, and the difference between If You Mind Game, who decided we're going to send it on to one team, versus T1. They were fortunate, Jordan, that Bagapa just were not paying any kind of attention to those parachutes, because they really could have got one or two members of T1, changes the complexion of that game. And it does mean, though, for T1 now firmly in first place.
I do think, to T1's credit, with that E pickup, they did execute on it a little bit better. You saw all of their members kind of landing around the same time, whereas for If You Mind Game, like, there was two guys already on the ground while one guy was like still way up in the sky, and that's just not obviously going to work out. So T1 probably executing on it a little bit better, but yes, they do get fortunate in the sense that Bagapa wasn't paying a huge amount of attention, or maybe just missed a few shots. Also only had two players in that compound. Either way, you know, it feels like a fairly fortunate win in the end, actually, for T1, given the circumstances early on in the piece. But they did play it out very nicely in the end game. They had to work hard from that hill position to work their way down, clear out that side of the map, and slowly but surely assert their control. And again, you can just see the rewards that that's going to give to them. I think they're going to jump up into first. After this break. We'll find out, though. We'll get into that discussion when the leaderboard has updated, so don't go too far away. We've got one more game for you today, and it seems like Gen G are starting to slide down the ladder.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go on. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Well, for the first time in quite a while, it's not Gen G at the top of the standings. Jordan T1 certainly taking that spot from them and puts them in a really good position going into the final night tomorrow night. Of course, still one game to go for this night, and for Gen G, one last opportunity to avoid it's 10 to 15 point night, which would be a total disaster after such a dominance performance on night one. If they had have just had like a 40-50 point night tonight,
Dude,
they would have been pretty locked, like they would have been soft locked in. But the night that they've had tonight leaves them in a position where they could very well lose a top 3 spot. And with the updated standings, it's now T1 with a rather significant gap. And I say significant because you compare it to the gaps below. Gen G are only 4 points away from being knocked out by the likes of Divine. D plus Kier have continued their run as well on 79 points. What I will say though, Jordan, is from 5th to 6th, there's now a little gap that's formed there to break away those in 3rd, 4th, 5th, for example. So Eagle Owl, Star Balloon, Asla, Pentagram, you know, this is a good opportunity to say, okay, we don't want a gap to form. We don't want to be, 20 to 30 points behind tomorrow night going into into it. Can we get it down to 10 or so? So an opportunity for those teams. But for D plus Divine, very much both on the doorstep of that top 3.
Man, what an embarrassment it would be for Gen G if they would not qualify in the top 3 after having 3 back-to-back wins and 70-plus points in one day. I mean, this is not looking good for them at the moment. FN definitely hot on their heels, Divine hot on their heels, and if not those two, D plus Kia as well, super close by. I mean, we've seen an upward tick, I would say a significant upward tick from both Divine and D plus today. FN has been maybe a little bit more of a consistent force. Gen G, a massive drop off, and T1 even potentially a bit of an uptick from them as well. We'll see how this last game does end up going, but over 100 points here is a nice.
We have the markers out for the bottom 3. Are the markers out?
Oh, absolutely, mate. Yeah, you know what? I'll let you do the honors, but 16th place for If You Mind. If you're getting dropped to 16th place by SGJ and Ignis, who couldn't get anything done yesterday, I think you're done at this point. The momentum's just not there for If You Mind games. So them at least, I'm happy to get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, I'd go as far to say SGA, Ignis, and if I'm feeling really naughty, I might even say Superstar and Phantom Hearts as well, because I look at it not just based on the mathematics behind. Look at Phantom Hearts; they got 6 placement points. You're not getting top 3 if you can't finish games out. The kills are fine, and that's been their strength. Maybe less so tonight, more so yesterday. Vegapa's probably for me the team that I would still look at and say, you've got a little bit of room, but you gotta start now. Like if you're Vegapa, you really got to go now. And for the teams below Vegapa, you know, like Phantom Hearts, etc., this is for me last chance. I've got a soft marker through them. If they have a really big game this game going into tomorrow night, okay, maybe you could keep life alive. But I think we've gone soft in our older age, Jordan, because 3-4 years ago, we would have probably wiped out even Vegapa.
Would have been savages, but you know, some of us are dads now. Some of us just have a little bit more of an empathetic streak in our lives. There may be a little bit of that going on. We just like to think about everybody these days. Too kind in our old and wise age. But yeah, I don't know, man. The thing is with Vegapa, yeah, you kind of still have them in your conversation. For me, I don't know if I've really seen enough to have any realistic faith, unfortunately. Like I've seen enough in that they put themselves in okay positions, but they don't seem to do a lot with those positions, right? We can take that last game as a perfect example. They were in a game-winning spot, which obviously T1 was able to win from. They couldn't hold it down. They maybe overcommitted even to the 2-2 split, or just made a bit of a fumble in terms of letting T1 onto the ground without dropping any of those players. Ultimately, they lose their opportunity to then go on and have a big game there. And there's been a couple of instances like that throughout this qualifier so far, where if they would have converted on games where they were in a decent position, you might say, okay, well, they're at like 70 points or 80 points or something like that, and they could be part of that conversation. But this is where it comes into that luck versus skill kind of discussion, because yeah, you can get a bit of circle luck. If Vegapa would have won that last game, would have been like, man, they just got center luck and they won the game because of it. And like, yeah, that may be true in some instances. Gen G on day 1, for example, got quite a bit of circle luck. But the fact of the matter is, they closed out those 3 games and they did it solidly. But if you're not the team that is going to be able to take that circle luck and then go on to close that game out, well, unfortunately, you don't really deserve to be in a top spot, certainly not a top 3 spot going through to EWC. And I think that, unfortunately, is where I have to put Vegapa at the moment. They are not closing out on the positions that they are being given or that they're giving themselves. And so they're missing out on maybe in some instances 10 or 20 points here and there. So that's a problem, definitely, that needs to be overcome tomorrow, if not in this game. And even then, it might be too late.
Yeah. So we go out towards the GACA fields to close out night 2 here on the Korean qualifiers for Esports World Cup. It should give us a pretty good game. I think GACA fields is always a fun one and can still go pretty much anywhere. And we don't do enough PUBG these days, Jordan, but I miss the old days of like South George circles and Everest, even sometimes a North George circle. I feel like I barely get them these days. It's probably a case, though, of like back in the day, you would just have so many Erangel games that, yeah, mathematically you're going to see the odd Severny game, the odd Stelva game, the odd George game, but with so little games that we do these days, it feels like you're just kind of getting maybe a Gatka Fields, maybe on the east side or a center up, and then the odd Sosnovka Island, which, that was a fun game on Sosnovka Island. It was, again, the kind of phase 1 pop where it hasn't got that split between the mainland, so you don't have to worry about that little mini game. But because it went so far out to that sort of western cliff, it really changes the dynamic of that Sosnovka Island. And it's the beauty of PUBG, is like all of these areas just become very different battlegrounds that, you get to see, which is what makes PUBG everlasting, really, because every game is just so different to the last based on your position, based on the circle. It's probably why after all these years these guys don't get sick of this game, even though a lot of them have been playing for going on 7 to 8 years.
Yeah, no, I've always found battle royales to be a highly replayable game for me personally. Like, I think if you have a good squad, you have some people that you like playing with, every game feels like a new game, and that's what I enjoy about that. And I think I'm very into that kind of replayability aspect. So I can empathize with that, definitely, even on the same map. I'm not even the same kind of guy that really loves necessarily playing the new maps. I'll just play the same map over and over. If it was Erangel only, you know what? That would be fine with me. I think I'm actually more of a proponent of having the same maps, but changing them a little bit rather than adding new maps. And I think that is something that it does get explored a little bit. And I believe it's going to be next year as well for PUBG Esports. But anyway, that'll be a conversation for later on down the track, as we do have phase 1 starting to get encroached. Ooh. And, well, if you wanted to...
for Eagle Owls.
Get that marker ready, Xenox. If they weren't already marked off of your sheet, if you mind game who were in 16th coming into this game, don't put any points on the board pretty much, are definitely gone now with 6 games to play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's big for Eagle Owls. I mean, unfortunately for if you mind game, just not in that conversation really. As you said, coming into this game last, not enough points to even feasibly think that even a big game here could see something crazy happen tomorrow. But for Eagle Owls, they needed that couple of nice kills to begin here for the final game of the night. They are in a position where if Eagle Owls can have a game somewhat similar to what we saw from them on night 1 in some of their bigger performances, which, don't forget, like, they had 4th and 13 kills, 2nd and 10 kills, 3rd and 5 kills to kind of kickstart things. They're capable of those sort of games. They've shown that, the blueprint is there. And if they can finish with a similar performance tonight, then, they're right in the money going into night 3. And again, that's really all you ever want to be. I mean, ideally, you want to be like T1 and have a healthy gap in first. But if you're not, you want to just at least be in the conversation, and rightfully they could be if they have a really solid finish to this game. But they have dropped off a little bit tonight. Boulevard, they need a big game. Like, it's an absolute requirement that they have a 15 to 20 point game to give them some space going into tomorrow. These teams now that are on the lower part of the leaderboard just can't have any more bad games. Like, mathematically, you've got 7 games, which is including this, and if you have 7 really good games, yeah, you could still qualify. But that sounds incredibly difficult, because it is incredibly difficult.
I can't, hoping for a miracle shot here from up on Everest. Look, Everest is a good spot to be for Boulevard, but again, they've gone for the 2-2 split. And they are about to get crashed by T1. We could literally see a repeat of the last game. 2 players holding a position for Boulevard, getting crashed by T1, and potentially losing a prime position inside of the zone. So I want to see what the reaction is going to end up being here for Boulevard. Surely the guys on Everest have to go off now. You can't bring the 2 guys from the bottom back up. It's going to take too long. So if these guys on top, Park Pro and whoever's there with him, I can't quite see, Akan, Park Pro and Akan, if those 2 feel under pressure, they've got to drop. But it looks like they're actually putting enough pressure on T1 to force them away for the moment. So the 2-2 split persists for Boulevard.
Just watching over towards EFM and Ignis, they've got a strange rotate that just close by to Snake Way. I'm wondering if they're going to connect. Indeed, there you go. Top kill feed. Infencia knock and finish onto Neong. Esports From have been, thereabouts tonight. It's not ideal to lose a player this early on in the final game of the night on the rotate, but it was a strange rotate. They kind of went a bit more south and right into Ignis, who will grab themselves a kill point. And unfortunately for them, I've already put the marker through Ignis. Even if they had 7 good games, I don't even think that would be enough. They would have to have 7 amazing games to be enough. As it stands with the leaderboard, you know, they're 45 points behind a qualifying position, 7 games to go. And again, you don't look at it as, well, they can get 45 points in 7 games. Yeah, they absolutely can. But you're not going to then have the top 3 teams and all those below them get 0. So, you know, really, you'd have to have, if you wanted to be genuinely honest about it, you'd have to get to, by the end of this game, 50 points, and then you'd have to have like an 80-point night tomorrow night. Good drive-by. They lose one to Ricky D, and that's a flush. So even that, these early fights are good. When you're a team at the bottom, you want to fight early, get kill points, try and get the points stacking up, but it comes with the caveat that you could lose a player or 2, and that's exactly what's happened. And Infinity has been one of their better players, and he's the only one with the kill as well. Damien trying to finish off EJ. Blackwalk is rolling down the hill in the UAZ. He's 1 bullet away from being dead. M4, I thought he was going to go for the M4 spray. That might have then connected enough, and in the end, Primi does get the kill onto Blackwalk. So again, decent kill points, and if this were like game 1 or 2, you'd be like, okay, decent start, 3 kills for 1. That's not a bad ratio by any stretch of the imagination. And with Ricky D, you know, still bleeding out here, you'll make that 4.
Well, I mean, just to give you some context even, if day 2 was day 1 going into this game, Ignis, 34 points for the day, 7th place overall. Actually, a pretty solid performance. You know, they're only 14
it's not bad.
off the pace for today. Divine's on 49 points for the day. You look down the track and you look at Gen G, they're 13 points. They are in 15th place for today. So if it were not for such a horrific day yesterday for Ignis, they'd actually be in a pretty solid spot. But they just really let themselves down yesterday with a 5-point day. And unfortunately, that's almost unrecoverable, or probably is unrecoverable.
If you were to tack on like 15 points to day 1, then coming into this game, it's like, hey, if we have 1 more good game, we're kind of back in the position. You know, they would be on like, what, 44 points coming into this. There's 3 kills, you know, 3 or 4 kills already. Like, you could end tonight around at least, you know, 55 or something like that, where you're not out of it, which is good going into day 3. But yeah, as you said, 5 points day 1. It just doesn't really leave you any kind of room in terms of having then average games moving forward into the next 12 games. It's just unfortunate because they've actually shown some good quality PUBG tonight, but you have a complete awful night like they did. Yeah, it becomes very difficult to overcome that kind of point deficit. Phase 2 pop, by the way, ended up kind of shifting back a little bit towards the eastern side. So Gatka Fields, but more so Pachinki, Ruins, Everest is still just barely in. And then it's kind of on the south side of the circle, the rest of the Gatka Fields. But it means it's moved away from that western coast. It's moved away from Quarry. So a very difficult circle to navigate now. A lot of open terrain. Northside's got a bit more of the tree lines, but then Everest is still currently occupied. Gen G kind of around the yellows, just near Everest as well. It's not a great position to be fighting out of, if I'm going to be honest. And Gen G's night has been horrific. Could you imagine they're not in the top 3 by the end of tonight? What a turnaround. And that could be a possibility.
Well, Gen G got to make something happen here. Get some of that momentum back. Bane's got the M249. Woe unto those that tried to crash Gen G's position. As of yet, though, it doesn't really look like anyone's going to be threatening that. We'll see where the next zone shift does go. There may be an option, should that eventuate, maybe a north pull, but it's looking like fairly open areas around Gen G at this point, so I can't imagine a crash coming in on them anytime soon. So we had a little bit of action earlier on. Now things are starting to slow down a little bit. T plus Kia, another interesting team to take a look at here. We get to see the map, which is nice. So you can see Phantom Hearts out there in Gatka. I'm not sure where Dave is off to. He's just roaming around, maybe picking up some more loot, doing whatever he wants to do. T1 were up on Everest, or trying to get up on Everest earlier on. ultimately have had to go for a big old rotate around Watertown and are now coming in past school in toward Pachinki.
So phase 3 pop, which pretty much just centers up, doesn't change a whole lot unless you're a team out on the edge. Then, you know, further rotating needed. Means for Bagapa, Everest no longer really a viable option, and they need to make their way down. Gen G probably need to move as well. That circle doesn't really help them a lot. They found themselves on the edge in the yellows. They're going to be in the thick of it this game, Gen G, and so far tonight they haven't been switched on in terms of their fighting. It's been a big issue for them. The irony in it for the night for Gen G is like their circle positioning actually hasn't really been all that bad. They just haven't been winning their fights. So it's not a case of, you know, sometimes you can have a night job. We've seen plenty of times in the past, a team gets circle fed. Okay, they got a lot of points because they got fed. They've still had good zone positions tonight, but they're just not winning the same fights that they were able to win yesterday.
Yeah, no, that's true. Well, that could all turn around here. One good game today makes a huge difference for these guys. And it may be the day that still works for Gen G in their favor. If Ian does fall, he was knocked.
You want a gap. If you're T1, you want that, you know, solid 20-point gap going into tomorrow. No funny business, no shenanigans. Just in case you have like a Gen G kind of night. You know, you don't want to be, you know, having the other teams that close to you. And there was a knock, but I don't see the follow through, which means maybe Ian gets back up. If T1 get nothing from this game, right, that 20-point gap then very quickly isn't going to be there at all going then into night 3. It might be more like a 10-point gap, and that's not enough really to feel super safe. And you're still fighting, and that means that if that ends up happening, like if T1 go out here early on, not saying that it will happen, but they're in they're in the thick of it, then it very much could be a case that all 3 spots could be open going into night 3, which is not something you see all that often. They got themselves into a building south of Ruins, so they did get the revive onto Ian. It was only short-lived pressure from Ignis. But, you know, this is a position that can get crashed. They could find themselves, you know, like an Ignis could send it in and really try and take this position. But now they're more than happy to just kind of hold up in the house. Barpo cops the headshot from the Mark 12 of Red Zone and gets him very low. He's going to have to heal up. And as the Pentagram, again, it's been a really rough night for them. After a pretty decent night 1 where they were, you know, on the precipice of top 3, they're now in 8th, 20 points behind the top 3.
Yep, only 19 points tonight for As the Pentagram coming into this game, 11th for the night overall. So that is where that continued slide is coming from. And the issue for them as well is that a lot of the teams that were kind of below them have actually picked up the pace, right? The Divines, the D+ Kias, FN. I mean, you know, even Bagopar actually not having a bad day. 36 points on the day for Bagopar as well. It's a lot of teams which have really let themselves down with their day yesterday, and a lot of teams are doing the same with their day today. Only a few have actually been consistent over both days. Phantom Hearts here into the kill feed. Eagle Owls as well. Bit back and forth, that engagement that's happening at the moment. Ignis trying to make their rotate in. Darwin on 1 HP. The last bullet, though, not connecting, and he survives for now.
Yeah, big pickup for Hammer to get another kill for Eagle Owls. And Damien knocked down by Ian. A circle pop has definitely forced some fights to come out from teams as they're realizing very quickly there's not a lot of space in this kind of circle. Very open, very much a giant field in the middle of it. So center position not going to be possible for teams to then push into. Less room to then backfill. And as Ignis made their way out of Ruins, they've just met by gunfire. Every spot taken. And even the solo ins able to get the kill to finish them off. He's got 2 of the 3 kills for Superstars, but he's also got nowhere to go. He's just going to have to hope no one clears this position.
Oh, they're going to. Ian, T1, they know. Surely they know. They've seen the shots coming out of there. They've got to be aware that he's in there. And they are very close by. All it's going to take is 1 grenade, and he is absolutely cooked. D+ Kia have set up a monumental car fort right here. Tosi in the meanwhile as well, by the way, getting a knock onto Min. It'll be stolen away by Bagopar, so Gen G just cannot buy a kill today.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying before. Like, it's the fighting that's costing them. They do get a knock onto Sol, though, through Tosi. Tosi was so good yesterday. T1 just scrapping, but they've also got a split, and that's not ideal. FN Pocheon, Rex is actually pushing over towards Raining. Ian knocked down as well by Rex, and so the pressure starting to mount. D+ get wiped out despite a really good night tonight. They've picked up some really valuable points and been one of the top teams, but no more here for Game 6. They're still in a great spot for tomorrow night, but by no means a guarantee. And that's at least one team that, in terms of the pressure towards the likes of T1, that will be alleviated slightly. And Tosi with a knock on to Gun1. Gen.G just starting to find some form here in the final game of the night. Some knocks. The most we're really seeing them in the kill feed, being active in the middle portion of this game. 20 seconds until phase 5. Circle is going to pop, but I don't think it changes much other than adding in more pressure for those teams out on the edge. 2 kills for Gen.G. Good spot. Will they cop one more circle feed here, phase 5? It could set them up for a big final game.
There's an E pickup that's been called in here as well from Star Balloon. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. I mean, you can see that they're kind of cooked out in the field right here.
I think one takes it, goes up, gets vision, comes straight back down. Although with that about knock, well, not ideal.
Even then, like, where do you actually go, though? You know, the zone's actually pulling on to them, so they probably don't even want to take it. I don't imagine anyone's going to get on it. And by the looks of things, no one actually got on the E pickup there. So Star Balloon a little bit fortunate with the circle pull. Everybody else actually going to be forced into the field with them. Gen.G, though, are in an insane position.
Divine wiped out. Esports from with a huge squad wipe. They needed the points, but also taking out one of the top teams tonight. So that's Divine and D+. That's 4th and 5th out here in the last game tonight. If you're FN Pocheon, Gen.G, and T1, that is exactly what you want to see as the 3 teams inside of the top 3 coming into this game. Those 2 teams were the ones knocking on the door, and no more points gained for them tonight.
Boulevard still in the mix here for Songjung, but may not be long for this world. He's out in the blue right now, trying to duel with a couple of remaining KX Gaming members. Songjung gets himself a nice double. No way, he's actually gotten rid of KXG himself. We'll go down to the blue for all of his efforts, but a couple of extra points on the board there for Boulevard will not go astray. I don't know that it really gets them into a potential launching platform for tomorrow, but anything is better than nothing.
I mean, I think this is the best chance for Gen.G to have won a game tonight, outside of maybe that one Miramar game where they just capitulated in a fight despite great positioning. They've got one of the 2 compounds that's in this circle, and with Heather's elimination, they can close the gap now to T1, and FN Pocheon can do just that as well. Knock onto Solution and Rascal could get them to 5 kills. Rex, though, lost his battle against Flo because Flo was behind him and he had no idea. He was split. He was solo from the rest of his team, the rest of FN Esports towards the North Circle, just south of Ruins.
Yeah.
And they lost the Rascal kill as well, stolen by Inspire, who's in that little bunker, and he's got himself up into the top 8 for Superstars.
FN going to have to make their move shortly. Flo, I'd say, is probably up the creek without a paddle. If he does not have a vehicle, he is going to be a dead man unless there's a ton of smokes to play with. FN have made their way into the zone. They are on the other side of the field. Flo trying to take this duel against In's fire. And the nade looked like it was pretty on point, but doesn't look to have connected. It
Flo's going to die.
Gone in, and Flo is done at the hands of a Zenith. So we're into the top 7 now. In's fire surviving in that little bunker, but he won't be able to for very long. That's out of the zone now.
What a job done, because that bunker is very much prone to a nade, a molly, and I think he's just played it really, really well. Gen.G get top 6. They've got 6 kills. They'll get the revive onto Flame. They've got the compound. They've got the feed for phase 6. It's looking like the script says Gen.G win game 6. We'll see if that does translate, though.
Well, Gen.G might just salvage their day here. Superstars out in 6. That'll be Inspire down to the blue. He didn't even want to have a crack at trying to move out of his little bunker position. Knew that it was kind of doomed. Zone shifts up straight over the top of Gen.G. So it does feel as though it is fate for Gen.G to win this game. And it really should be theirs. Nobody else has a full strength roster. Maybe Asla? Is Asla? No, Asla's 3. Everybody's 3 or 2. So Gen G have 4 strong. They are in the center compound. They are the strongest force in this game right now. It would have to go catastrophically wrong for them to lose this game from here.
You can push to that compound from Asla's position. There's like the little ridges and, you know, the tree lines and stuff. You can see from Red Zone's POV, you can make the run over. A lot of that's also dependent on what Eagle Owls do as well. So there is one world in which Asla and Eagle Owls both converge onto Gen G's compound kind of at the same time and makes it very messy and chaotic. That would be worst case scenario for Gen G. So as long as they're active, they defend their compound, keep those teams at bay, I think they're definitely the most likely to win this game. FN Pocheon's done. I mean, there's nothing you can do. You're out in the field. You're essentially the only team that's out here as well. And it's just kind of free real estate for, you know, the likes of Asla and Gen G to kind of poke and prod. As Babao also going to eventually bleed out to Bean. Another kill point goes the way of Gen G. They've got a firm control of Star Balloon out towards the west zone. Even though we're only at the 24.5-minute mark, this has been a quick game because it's naturally Gatka Fields and just so much open area. FN Pocheon, look, not a bad game. They were third coming into this game, Jordan. Top 5, couple of kills. That's all you need to do. And fourth and fifth basically got nothing. So they'll have themselves a top 3 position going into tomorrow night. A really, really good turnaround for night 2 for them.
Most definitely. Let's see how the rest of this does shake out, though. Star Balloon, probably the team that have got the most difficult way forward here as a duo out in the field as well. Unless they get a favorable pull for phase 7, maybe you know, a hard north shift could throw a bit of chaos in here with all of those south teams having to then move. But Bean is actually roaming out of his position of safety. I'm going to try and look for some extra kill points here for Gen G. They know they need to get a bit more done, and that's a great grenade from Bean. Lands the double onto AU and Guanwon. And that is the end of Star Balloon. So Gen G find themselves now into the top 3. Circle shift again over the top of Gen G. So, yeah, Eagle Owls and Asla, unless they
doubled their points, Jordan, in this last game, like from the whole of tonight.
Yeah, not a surprise at all, man.
And that's what they were always going to be capable of. And, you know, it kind of just says to the rest of the competition, you know, T1, Gen G, both 1 and 2 going into the last night. Those are going to be difficult teams to dislodge. And like, what are the odds that Gen G has another, you know, bad night? Although now with this final performance, the points overall tonight actually don't look that as bad anymore. Coming into this game, horrific. I think you said second last. But now if they go and win this game and it's going to be 20 plus points, it ends up being, yeah, not a great night, but it's still 100 plus over the 2 nights combined. So, yeah, Asla, at least a decent kind of final game. It's kind of ironic we end with these 3 teams because these are the 3 teams that kicked off night 1. All 3 of them pretty average on night 2, but they all end in the top 3 on the final game, and it might just kind of be, you know, a little bit of a preview for tomorrow night.
Most certainly. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to do enough to sort of set Gen G up for a safe enough position where they don't feel too in check for tomorrow, but I think it will give them at least a breathe, you know, a bit of breathing room, a bit of a sigh of relief. Dakmu surviving for now, gets that smoke out. So Asla, I mean, they're trying their best. They're taking position in the zone, trying to put that pressure onto Gen G should that zone end up pushing them out. And it will eventually, right? As we get to phase 9, at some point, Gen G are going to have to move if we get to phase 9. Doesn't really feel like we're going to get there the way things are going at the moment. Asla doing their best to get it to that position. And Foxfur is, I mean, he's sitting in chopsticks trying to heal. So what's he really going to do with that? He's going to go down eventually. I'm not sure he's going to manage to outlast Asla here, who have 3 alive still.
Yeah, not happening. I mean, the question now for Gen G, now that they know it's just Asla 100%, how do they want to play this? I imagine it's just going to be, as unfortunately boring as it may be, I think not much is going to happen over the next minute and a half. Gen G probably won't do much until they're kind of forced to do something either through the circle, blue zone, or if they find a pick, they can maybe then follow up on that. But if you go too early, you know, kind of looking at Glaz's POV here, what happens if someone pushes out and they haven't cleared something and then you get a knock, then it's a 3-on-3. And Gen G know they've had a really, really bad night tonight. You know, if they had been on, let's say, 120 points coming into this game, I think you might have seen them be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more willing to kind of push out here and just kind of finish this game a bit quicker. But they know that they've left some points on the table tonight, so they want to be very diligent in their approach, very disciplined, be patient. There's a potential chance to get 3 more kills here plus the win. And Asla's obviously not in a position where they're thinking about blue zone because they can still win this game despite being only, you know, down to 1 player. They've got good position.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, phase 9 is just going to shrink, right? So there's no more zone moving, no shifting. It's just going to shrink. And Gen G have actually been a little bit fortunate that this hasn't actually pulled any further north. If it would have pulled any further north, then Daku's position would have been a lot stronger than it actually ends up being, because he'll probably have to move at about the same time that Gen G do. So when Gen G do end up having to start moving out of their compound and out of their safety, they still got those sort of little defilades and ridges in front of them. Look, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to say Gen G win this. But there is a world where Asla, if they can find themselves a cheeky knock, you know, maybe someone drops Bean right now on the roof, just as the zone's about to start shifting and they kind of have to leave him. You put it into a 3v3, something like that happens. There is definitely a world where Asla could pull this off. Bean tagged up, but not finished off. Zone now 10 seconds, and it is going to start to move, shrinking in onto the center. And this is where it starts to get interesting for Asla. They're going to have to find out if they can find that pick. Grenades being used by Gen G to try to provide some space, find a knock. They haven't landed one yet. Glaz is tagged up a little bit, but some damage going back in onto Gen G as Glaz and Red Zone start to try to activate.
I mean, good positioning at least to have kind of a 2 front man, 1 watching the field, 1 maybe staying back a little bit. Gen G playing this really, really well. A lot of emphasis on Daku. He can't go down, which means he can't peek that freely. He can't be as aggressive. And Tosi, though, the first knock, courtesy of Red Zone. That's exactly the start that Asla needed. Bean knows, though, that he needs to probably go deal with Daku and go be aggressive on him. He's not going to move. Great nade lands. Red Zone and Glaz have to beat these 3. There's one gone. Orca and Flame are both low, trying to play in the smoke. Glaz turns around, though, and takes Bean on. And with that, Asla's in the best position to get this chicken dinner now, because Daku will play dead center, and no one close by to him anymore. At the hay bale, healing up. Flame will go down to the blue. Orca gets caught, and Asla don't even lose a single member. The 3-on-4 goes their way as they take out Gen G. They get the final chicken dinner, and Asla Pentagram, well, they had a great night 1 and night 2 a little bit quiet, allowing some teams to leapfrog them, but a huge win puts them in a great spot going into the final night tomorrow.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Gen G, it was a rough night, and they don't even get to taste that sweet victory at the end, just to make it a little bit, you know, a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down, so to speak. You know, they don't quite get that spoonful of sugar. They get the medicine down. They get the points, right? But they don't get it in the sweetest sense that they get that victory. So, yeah, it takes a little bit of the shine off of that one for Gen G. But they do kind of still get done what they needed to do. They get some points for the day. Big game for a bad night. They get some points ticking over, and it will keep them in a pretty solid spot going into tomorrow. But as a Pentagram, got to be very, very happy with that. Because look, honestly, they were also sliding down the scoreboard a little bit. It wasn't a fantastic day for them coming in to that last game. As we mentioned, they were 19 points, 11th place for day number 2. And they were slipping down the ladder, maybe in the same way that Gen G kind of were as well. But a win here will bump them back up. And honestly, there's a lot of teams that we're going to be able to talk about going into tomorrow that can vie for that top 3 position.
Yeah, and that's what we want really when it comes to these kind of tournaments, is that you want it to be as open as possible. Sure, T1 have certainly kind of got maybe one hand on the ticket, like where if they just kind of have a good to average night tomorrow night, that might be enough considering they've already cracked triple digits. For Gen G, still a big game there despite a bad night, puts them in a good position. Those 2 teams I think are looking likely, but they're certainly not locked in at all, Jordan. So the 3rd spot is wide open. You know, you think about this last game, Divine D plus. Both got nothing. F and Pocheon had an okay kind of game. They were able to get a couple of points, but certainly not, getting a big gap on those teams. And then you add in Asla Pentagram, Esports from had a good game as well. Eagle Owls still will be in the mix. If they can get back to their best tomorrow night, they can certainly still be a factor. Star Balloon, I don't think have had the consistency, but maybe tomorrow night could be their night. So I think there's still, I would say overall, if you wanted to put 9 to 10 teams that are going into tomorrow night thinking they're still within a shot.
Yeah, which is quite exciting, frankly. And if the day goes anything like today, it may be actually more teams. If Gen G have a significant fall off, I don't expect we're going to see T1 have a fall off. They've looked actually really good throughout all 12 games, more or less. Not all 12, obviously, but just in terms of what we've seen across the board, I feel like T1 have been the most consistent force, even if maybe they're still not quite, that far ahead of Gen G. Like, Gen G's highs have been higher, but T1 have been way, way more consistent. Divine have definitely been super consistent as well, but again, haven't necessarily reached those same high highs. If they can keep that up, those two teams, I think, are probably, for me, two teams that are really front running for a top 3 position. Gen G, of course, is part of that conversation. If they have a decent day tomorrow, it will, I think, be those 3 teams. Gen G, T1, and Divine, personally. But FN's decent. D+ are there and abouts, but maybe not quite having that same X factor as some of the other top teams. Asla have their moments, definitely. If they have a couple of good moments, we can keep them in our conversation too. But yeah, we just kind of have to wait and see, first of all, where the updated standings is going to end up for tonight, and then how things start tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to now the final 6 games as well, heading into tomorrow, you want to start strong. I think the first 2 games tomorrow night will set the tone for the teams that are going to really be fighting for top 3, and the teams that might just be leaving that then a little too late. We're going to close things off here though for night 2 of the Korean qualifiers for PUBG, and obviously tomorrow night is going to be absolutely wide open. Same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you come tune in to see which 3 teams from Korea will be off to the Esports World Cup here for PUBG.
two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.